Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
The day I met Bullhorn Betty and Jonathan Lee Riches, they were protesting in front of the Laundrie's home. I began to document them, and little did I know, the three of us would spend the next few months traveling together. Nothing scares us, even if it means crossing a freezing cold river and getting wet. We put our lives in danger because we want to find answers. It gives us purpose, even if it means going undercover to get those answers, or visiting the scene of a crime and paying our respects. Searching for the truth isn't easy. It gets you out of your comfort zone and makes you see things in a different perspective. And it's this perspective that we want the world to see. At the end of the day, we fight for justice. We fight for those who don't have a voice. We fight for those who were silenced. Our next case, we search for Paula Miranda. She was last seen swimming in this river. Here's our Paula's family. Found 2 footprints they believe belonged to her. She left her phone and keys in her car. Her sister tells us that's extremely unusual for her to do that. Stay tuned as we venture deep into Wekiwa Springs State Park to help find her.
Andrea, aka Bullhorn Betty here. Look what I found. It looks like a lot of people on YouTube. Right here. Right here. This is a real ass right here. Like many people, on YouTube. All you need to do is show an asshole a little love. Right? Right? Tell him. What you need to do? What you need to do? Huh? What you need to do? Oh, too many assholes on YouTube. Say it. Say it with me, baby. Say there's just too many people. Too many people on YouTube that look like you, huh? So the next time you want to be an ass, maybe you should come out here and hang out with the ass. Just saying. You want to be a jackass? There's your brother. Peace out. Bullhorn Betty style.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, hello, my beautiful people. I am here in Florida. It's nice to see you guys. Lots of stuff been going on behind the scenes. Lots of stuff. As many of you know, sorry, I got a little dot on my face on the screen, even though you guys can't see it. It's on my computer. But I wanted to say good morning. So this is the casa. This is the office. I'm back in Florida, but don't worry, Savannah. We're coming back out. We're going to be back out I'm not going to tell the time limit, but we're going to be back out in the area in the near future. We've had an opportunity to reach out to council, me personally, to make sure that my credentials and everything I'm doing as media is right and lawful, which, believe it or not, it is, right? This is my normal course of business. Talking about news, talking about true crime. That is what I make my bread and butter on, and sold a lot of articles around the world over the last few years and continue to do so. So as far as being credentialed media, that I meet every single criteria for that. So law enforcement knows that. Their legal department knows that, and I know that. So I'll be out there and I'll be broadcasting as part of my normal course of business and part of my professional business. By the way, Karen gave me this. Look at that. Can you guys read it? The lights are in it. It's hard. Hold on, let me turn the lights off. Let me see if that helps. There we go. Good morning, bitches. Right? Good morning, bitches. So it's nice to see everybody here today. Man, what a crazy, crazy town Chatham County is. Many people like myself, we've gone all over the world, or all over the country. I won't say the world because I have not gone all over the world. That is not true. Olivia's gone all over the world. I have not. But, I've been all over this country. I've seen a lot of good agencies that know what they're doing, and I've seen a lot of poor agencies that don't know what they're doing. A lot of people keep saying the FBI is not running this case, folks. The FBI is not running this case. I don't care who is telling you the FBI is running this case. It has been told over and over and over again that the FBI is a resource. Okay. That means they're the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Georgia State Police is not running this investigation. The FBI is not running this investigation. The Chatham County Police Department is running this investigation. We went to the DA's office before we left town because, I'm so sick of, we got to dot the I's and cross the T's. So I asked the DA, are you preventing law enforcement from bringing charges against this woman? I asked him. He didn't want to answer. So I asked him again. Are you preventing law enforcement, the Chatham County? Are you impeding the Chatham County Police Department for bringing charges? He said no. He said he hasn't even gotten the file on this. And, this is the problem I have. This is where the lies come in. When you are dealing with a case such as this, it is not uncommon for the state attorney to confer with the police department to make sure that they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's, right? We hear that all the time. So it's not that they have no clue of what's going on. They have a very good handle on what's going on. They just intend to lie to the people. Like me, I know these things because I've worked in this kind of work. So I know how this stuff works. And this idea that they have no clue. No. The bottom line is Chatham County Police Department is literally preventing this lady from being arrested on the multiple crimes she has committed upon those kids. Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Who is the responsible party in bringing charges against somebody? It is law enforcement. After that, the DA and the courts take over. What we have here is this Chatham County Police Chief, which has a questionable past, by the way. Questionable past. Thank you, Nerdy. Yes, I do. I am refreshed. I have slept. I got married to my bed for 2 days. Like, I ordered food. My hair was a mess. My neighbor came over and knocked on the door, and he's like, "You look like you're sleeping." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll be sleeping for a couple days." Right? I will be sleeping for a couple. I see you. It's nice to see you, love. Nice to see you. I've got to give a big shout out to ICU, Justice for All, Molly Golightly, Marissa, House of Williams, Mallory. Lord have mercy. I got to tell you, we all watched Mallory, House of Williams. And I have to tell you, she is more beautiful in person than she is online. I have to be honest. And with me, her, and Marissa in a camera, I got to say, we look pretty damn good. I got to say. I think ICU, as little as I spoke to anybody, I think ICU got most of my attention, which wasn't a whole lot. I mean, it really wasn't. But it was just nice to see her put a name to a face and everything like that. But damn, what a powerhouse. And now I realize why so many people want to take us down is because when we're out there, granted, this is one area, this is one respect. Oh, thank you, Selena. And I think I got a couple other ones. Sorry, I'm on my computer now, so this should be a little bit easier, guys. I mean, it's much better than that stupid phone out there in freaking 90-degree heat, sweating my rear end off. Mexica. I hope I said that right. Welcome to the coffee club and becoming our newest member. Yes, this is what I normally look like, folks. I'm not usually looking like death and that the sun is completely eaten up and spit out. But that's my work face. This is my office face. That's my out in the field face, right? You got to be a little more intimidating when you're out in the field. So many of you guys watched us get strong-armed by law enforcement because they failed to realize what was really going on. They didn't want to learn what was going on. They just wanted it all to go away, and they didn't care who they violated by trying to make it all go away. It's not going away. It's not going away because we have rights in this country, and unfortunately, law enforcement keeps thinking that they are the make and break of the laws. They don't even care. See, this is what happens. This police chief knows damn well what he tried to enact was completely unlawful. I mean, it's absolutely unenforceable because it goes directly to the violation of people's constitutional and civil rights, period. Now, granted, the loitering, from 7, I think that was absolutely ridiculous. And unless they are putting that on all the streets, they're not applying the law equally, which is another constitutional issue I have with Chatham County. But even the loitering, the no loitering after, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., to be honest with you, every time law enforcement came to me and said, "Hey, can you do this or you do that?" I respected them and said, "Absolutely, I'm happy to help." And I followed what they had, but they didn't care. No matter how many, we literally had 15 people walk up to them and say that this lady tried to hit people with her car. And because he didn't have video, he didn't care about what anybody said. That is a violation of law. That is a violation. There is no law in Chatham County that says if you don't have a videotape of something, you can't press charges, especially when you have eyewitness testimony. What? I hope you bring that. And I hope you don't bring anything, any eyewitness testimony when you sue people or take people, put people in handcuffs and stuff. No point in having eyewitness testimony because according to Chatham County Police, unless it's on video, it doesn't count. So everybody in jail, if you don't have a video, just go ahead and bond out and walk free because they're not going to be able to prosecute you. They don't have a video, right? That's how ridiculous it's getting. But they're trying to sit there and say, first of all, parade in Georgia is legally defined, okay? It is legally defined. To define a parade, they have to define it lawfully, right? If they're putting a definition in an ordinance or anything else, it has to be legally defined. 4 to 15 people that are on the sides of the road, on sidewalks, will never, ever in a million years under any law in Georgia ever constitute a parade, period. We're not blocking roadways. We're not having cars go in and out. If people are in their normal course are coming through, that is on them. If I go out there and stand with a sign and other people join me, it is not coordinated in any way. That has nothing to do with getting a permit. If I went out there right now, one person, and sat out there with a sign without a permit, I don't need one because I am there by myself. If other people show up, they are there by themselves. So this idea that we got to pull permits for no. What? When in the hell does anybody need to have a permit to protest under the Constitution? These are ordinances that they want people to go through. I'm not doing it. If you wanted respect from me, you should have showed me respect because every place I've gone to, they've always, especially with that kind of call volume, they station an officer out there to make sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? And making sure that the bad actors are the ones that get the punishment. What they were doing was allowing the bad actors to lie to them to cause the good actors to get in trouble. And you know what? Because of law enforcement's disdain for what's happening, they chose to go with the bad actor statement as opposed to the good actor statement. We did nothing wrong. We were acting within the law. It was everybody else that was not. And these 2 girls, after they lied to law enforcement, decide to go on YouTube and admit to everything we said. And we got them recorded doing so. Law enforcement, I just looked at one of the affidavits from law enforcement, and they said that they saw marks on this woman's hand. Well, if they saw marks on her hand, maybe it's because she was pounding on her damn hood of her car. Did you ever think about that? Of course not. All you were caring about is getting one of those YouTubers in jail. Whether it was right, wrong, or you violated his right, you did not care. Jimmy did nothing wrong. If law enforcement was out there doing their freaking job, protecting all people, none of this would have happened. So again, it comes back to the shitty ass law enforcement, the people that have no idea. They need complete retraining at this. They've been running reckless like this for God knows how long, doctoring freaking affidavits that go into that when they charge people. I've watched it. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You cannot make this stuff up. They literally doctored affidavits to throw people in jail. Whether they omitted stuff or added to stuff that they did not witness themselves, but act like they did. Yes, that is a huge problem. And the state attorney should take note. Like, this is huge, huge. And again, I keep talking to people. Let me show you this. See, this right here, this is not your Webster dictionary. For all those Google attorneys that like to go online and type in this is what's called the Black Laws Legal Dictionary. I've had this thing literally forever. You can see it's been stained. I have literally had this since 1999 or 2000. Okay, so you're talking about 22 years. So I'm pretty sure that this Black Laws Dictionary still doesn't have all the new definitions in it, but it has a lot in here. So why am I bringing this stupid dictionary called the Black Laws Dictionary? Because this does not define terms like Webster's dictionary does. This is a legal dictionary. This gives you legal definitions of stuff. So this is what, when we look up words like was, not, shall, and everything of that nature, we don't go to Webster's dictionary to look that up. We look it up in the Black Laws dictionary. That's what legal professionals use, because Webster's dictionary does not legally define anything. They give you the English definition of it, right? So this is what people fail to realize. They also fail to realize what case law is. Does anybody even know what case law is? Unless you've been around the block a time or two, these Google attorneys have no earthly idea. Thank you, Janelle, for becoming the newest member. And yes, Nerdy Girl T, I am fully rested. I feel much better now. I was literally going on no sleep. I don't know how to explain it, but I had no sleep. None whatsoever. People are saying that these people on YouTube are something sick. Like literally sick in the brain, in the cranium. They're literally unstable. They're like, oh, they're losing their foothold on this story and da-da-da-da-da. This is not a freaking game. I don't care what foothold I lose, because at the end of the day, it is about Quinton. It's not about me. It's not about these stupid other YouTubers that are playing this family to get clout and to put. When has Cher ever solved a freaking case? When has she provided one person that became a suspect in a case? I'm just curious. When has she ever pointed to a place where a dead body is, and that dead body was found in that very place? Who? Definitely not Miss Cher. But I saw what she was doing. I saw how she was once, we worked together on the Summer Wells, at the end of the Summer Wells. I didn't like her when she was working the Summer Wells case, when she was bamboozling Don Wells. I didn't like that, but after that, when I was going through some of her interviews, her and I connected. I was able to ask her some questions and shit like that. But what has she done? What information did she ever provide that was overwhelming information that solved a case? I'm just curious. Absolutely none. Then you find this sign on their house, which people sent me. It's disgusting, Cher. Absolutely disgusting. This isn't about you, your clout, or your freaking channel. It's about Quinton. And not one thing on that sign even referenced Quinton. You don't give a damn about that little boy. All you give a damn about is your freaking clicks and views. You don't care who you sabotage in the process of getting your clicks and views. And you have lost all integrity with Bullhorn Betty. So when this is all said and done, don't come here telling me that, oh, well, this, that, and the other. I don't want to hear it. When you start damaging me and try to get me violently hurt, which you did, when you get Jimmy, because of your shenanigans, locked up in jail, me and you will never, ever, ever have anything to do with each other. Let me be very, very clear on that. Ever. Ever. I don't care. I don't even come out and talk about other creators. I stick to the facts of the case. I keep in my lane. And you know what? That was wrong. I don't care how you look at it. But you literally tried to have me arrested and have bodily harm done to me. That's it. That's it. That's it. We're done. Okay? We're done. And then when you go and put that shitty ass banner up there and not one little photo of Quinton or why you're there, you want my respect? You want the people's respect on these streets? Oh, innocent until proven guilty? Fuck you. Fuck you. You risk people that you knew's like well-being. How do you do that? How the hell do you do that? You didn't care about anybody out there. And you know what? Karma's a bitch. Karma's a bitch and you're an evil bitch. So if that's the response you wanted from me, that's the response you got from me. Don't call me when this is all done. When you flip on this family, don't sit there and want to pull clout from Bullhorn Betty or anything like that, because me and you are done. You get it? The minute that you put me in harm's way, that was it. That was it. The minute Jimmy went to jail, You know, the shenanigans with all your coordinating and thinking that this is sink your battleship on YouTube? Are you effing kidding me? A 20-month-old boy is laying dead in a landfill. You need to get your thoughts straight. You need to get your brain right. All of you out there need to. If you want to support this garbage on YouTube, that just so you can hear what who gives a shit what Billy Joe has to say? You know damn well everything that woman is saying out of her mouth is an effing lie. Her daughter has not ran away with Danny. Danny wants nothing to do with that girl. He ran away, remember. She literally offers nothing to him, and I guarantee in North Carolina, he's already banging some other broad. What is she going to bring to the streets of YouTube? What? Oh, Billy Joe talking? Ooh. We got up and close and personal in live, personal, face to face with Billy Joe. Sure can't do that. Savage can't do that. They can't even afford to get out there. They have to pay these crack whores pennies on the dollar for the trip just to go out there and cause some shit. Well, guess what? We're going back out there in a professional capacity. Sure are. Although I have a right to engage in protest. It's my constitutional right. I'm not. Because in my professional capacity as media, if law enforcement wants to, screw around, that's even a bigger problem. So when I go back out there, and I'm going back out there, you guys will see me come live in front of her house. Obviously after 7 a.m. in the morning, which I usually don't get out there and get live until about 9:30, 10, 11-ish anyway. So I should be good. But I'm going to be going out there and I'm going to be running my lives. I'm going to be, I'll make sure that they're not 9 hours. But they are going to be right out in front of the house because I have a right to be there and I have a right to report this case to my audience. Again, my bread and butter, right? This is my livelihood. What I do is I report news and true crime. True crime, that is breaking news, kind of like this case. This is how it works. But that's just because I'm broadcasting on YouTube doesn't give me the validation of being credentialed media. It's the fact that I sell some of my content around the country, which I do, and I have receipts for. That's what legitimizes me because I'm actually making income from the news that I'm reporting. So there's the difference. And I will be out there. And I also found out that they allowed these heathens that lied to them to stay there and a clown to stay there, but somehow media was not allowed to be there. Again, huge violation. So these violations keep stacking up. But see, when he talked to a city manager, and I'm pretty sure that his city manager consulted their county council, I'm pretty sure the county council said, this is not going to pass muster with these claims that they're making, but they have to be legally challenged. That's what we call skirting the law. So law enforcement, Chatham County Police Chief Hadley is working in concert with the city manager in violation of the law, skirting the law at the detriment of their citizens. So they can't arrest Leilani for beating her kids for the years. And I have to believe that Billy Joe also did. And it's because of how violent Billy Joe's been. We've got some police records here of some of the stops at their house. These are the things I couldn't show you before because I was out live in front of that house. Well, now I'm not. I'm here in my office. And believe me, we're burning it up here. We're burning it up here. And we're going to have to end up reaching out to Police Chief Hadley or his assistant, his PR rep, whatever. I want to make sure that I am not going to be in jeopardy of going to jail for doing my job, right? Because that is exactly what he's trying to state to the people out there, to me, Olivia, Dolly Vision. These people that are out there in the course of their professional capacity, and he's trying to violate their rights. Did we in our personal capacity help with some of the protest? Absolutely. When they asked me, when they came out and they started ripping my signs, I got a little hot under the collar. Absolutely. Definitely not showing the most professional state in some of those cases, but I don't care. I don't care. Steal from me. You're not going to get a nice Andra or a nice Bullhorn Betty when you start stealing from me. When you call me all these horrible names from your gate and I'm not even speaking to you. Yeah, you're not going to get the nice me. And besides that, I don't play well with people that abuse children. I don't play well with people that make their children disappear. And I damn sure don't play well with grandmothers that lie about everything to protect their kids. Those are things I don't play well with, and I don't have to. Nor do I have to drive the police chief's narrative. He is lying to his people. Media is covering his ass. Not one media professional has ever even reached out to one YouTuber to get their side of the story. That is horrible reporting. And that goes into the integrity. Hello? Press people, mainstream media, you don't have integrity. Because integrity would be getting both sides of the story, not just one. You drove the police chief's narrative. Shame on you. And you were exposed for it. You work for the police chief. You do not work for the citizens in which you are broadcasting to. That's why Bullhorn Betty is consistently having over 2,000 people in her chat on any given day because they're tired of your ever-loving shit. Right? Just saying. So what did we learn out there? I think you guys have pretty much learned a lot of the stuff that we learned. There's a history of violence in this house. You guys saw Billy Joe yourself. There was not one time that woman walked out of her home and was not under the influence of drugs. This is the lifestyle these children had to live in, right? They're all been removed from that home, citing violence, citing that Billy Joe failed to keep them safe, but not one charge, mind you, not one stinking charge, not one for anybody in that home. But hey, let's take your kids. We got enough to remove your kids from your home, but not enough to charge you. Listen, if you're going to be taking children from homes, citing abuse, negligence, a number of things, your ass better be charging those parents, because I'm sorry, I find it disgusting that that some social worker can remove a child from a home citing these horrible things, but not one charge comes to that parent. And if you're going to be removing that child and putting them in foster care and making them a burden on the taxpayers, damn it, you better be getting their parents in jail and charging with them why we have to take care of those children until they're 18. I'm sorry. Enough's enough with this Department of Children and Family Services. Something has to be done. Something has to be done for rogue police chiefs that don't mind having a slice or two on the side, and then just, oh, lo and behold, the two people that get the most leniency from this police chief just happens to be prostitutes, you know, those things that the slices he likes to have on the side. I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. Oh, what, Chief Hadley? You didn't think we were going to find out? We're going to find out literally every possible thing about you. You want to put my name through the mud? You should do it when you don't have skeletons in your own freaking closet. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't have to like you, and you don't have to like me. But you will stay out of my way. When I'm out there in my professional capacity as media, I'm not going to slob your knob to get a moment of your time. I am not your mainstream media out there. I don't need to do that. I don't need to have an opinion about you. I do, though. And there's your problem. There's your problem. I think all of the city council that supported this police chief need to be fired. I think the police chief needs to resign. I think the state police needs to oversee this case because there are some improprieties here. And mine is the police chief's questionable past and why he is in this position to even be in, allegedly, right? We allegedly found out. I will start working on making sure that it is confirmed. So if you haven't paid those prostitutes there, Chief Hadley, you might want to give them some hush-hush money now. Because if I find them, I'm definitely bringing them on this channel. The beauty of press and media is that we have the ability to be able to talk about what we want and put our as a media. I'm not required to be unbiased. I am allowed to have an opinion. As media, I'm allowed to be a commentator. I don't have to be driving the police chief's narrative or asking him for permission to speak. This is 2022, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of women's rights out there. I don't have to bow down and kiss anybody's ass, right? If you know about my history and the abuse that I suffered, I'm over that. Nobody will ever tell Bullhorn Betty what she can and cannot do ever again. I spent many years listening to that bull crap. I've spent many years being abused. I'm not doing it anymore. And I damn sure I'm not going to allow a male police chief to manhandle me. Okay? It's because of my years of abuse. When you start roughing me up there, police chief, I fight back. I do. I fight back. The bad thing is I fight back with the power of the law. They've been trying to get me arrested ever since I told the police chief I want him removed from office, and I think they need to fire all the county commissioners, right? That's when they started calling around saying, oh my God, this woman's trying, she's causing some major political damage, what can we do? Right? And they sit around that round table in a non-public meeting, making public meeting decisions. Another violation of law. Just saying. So it's like, like that I don't know how they were able to fast track that sign, especially without approval from the county commission. But again, corruption smells pretty much like that, be honest with you. What is the true definition of corruption? Let's read it. Hold on. See if it fits. Dishonest or fraudulent conduct by those in power, typically involving bribery. A journalist who wants to expose corruption in high places. Wow. You can't make this up. I'm not lying to you. No idea. Corruption. The process by which something, typically a word or expression, is changed from its original use to meaning one that is regarded as erroneous or debased. Yeah. I have to say that smells like what we're dealing with out there. So anybody that wants to say corruption's not the right word, sure sounds like it to me, right? Sure sounds like it to me. Now, it's typically involving bribery, but it doesn't have to be, right? When you go scratch somebody's back for this, the cronyism of politics and the corruption of politics. That's what we're dealing with here. So good morning, everybody. I see you guys all in the chat, and I can't keep up. As always, I did slow the chat down to a minute. So if you guys are, and I did say you have to be a member for a day to comment. That's to help the mods. I didn't want to put you guys on members only again. So, but we are home now. We are home. So guess what? This means that we are most likely going to be doing our members only for members only. It's going to be, I'm not going to be airing it for the general public. It's literally for me and my members only, so they can only view and they can only comment. I may open it up to, subscribers. I'm not sure, but I do want to have some downtime with the people that are allowing me to continue the work that I'm doing. All you beautiful people that have donated to this cause, I want to personally thank you. I want to personally thank again ICU, Justice for All, Marissa, Mallory, Olivia and Mom, Dolly Vision, and all the beautiful people that came out there and sat with us. All the beautiful people that wanted justice for Quinton. I'm sorry you guys live in such a dysfunctional county, but I can tell you that is not how counties should be run. You've got major problems there, and they're not, they're deep. They're deep problems there. this police chief just thinks he's above the law, that he does not have to follow the law, and whatever he can do to skirt the law, which I don't remember hearing the pledge under oath when you put your badge on, that you say, "Ooh, let me find out how many ways I can skirt around the law instead of just dealing with the law at hand." Never heard that. I always heard that the oath was to make sure that you protect the Constitution and protect the laws of the state of Georgia. You know, I will find the oath for the sheriff's department, but I'm pretty sure whatever it is, you're not doing it. Just saying. Just saying. I don't know much, but I know that, right? I know that. I'm definitely abreast of laws of the state of Georgia. And I went in there knowing the laws of the state of Georgia. That's how I was able to maneuver and work around some of the stuff they were trying to throw at people. Other people aren't willing to go to jail for the cause. That's the difference. I don't want to go to jail, but I will be damned if my rights are going to be violated. If you're going to violate my rights and throw me in jail, then you should have to deal with that, all of that, because I will hold you accountable. I will absolutely hold anybody accountable that violates my rights. A lot of people on YouTube are pressing that really hard. So I've made a list of all the people that told me to come out and sue them. And believe me, I plan to do just that, right? You YouTubers out there, justice is slow at times, but justice, I've had very much success here on YouTube seeking justice from other YouTubers that violate my rights. They're not telling you about that, but when I take you to court, I win. They're not telling you that either. So I would tread very lightly. I have sued all over this country and will continue to. There are several new faces and several new names on my list. And they think it's a joke, just like every other one thought it was a joke until they actually had to stand before a judge and explain themselves and explain some of these embarrassing moments on their channel. We are everybody on the team. We're taking a legal route. Okay. We are doing everything lawfully. We are no longer going to allow these petty peons on YouTube steal from us. We're starting to use the U.S. copyright laws for our copyright.gov and registering our work. Yes, that means our videos. Those take a little bit of time, but believe me, when those are all registered, we're coming for you. We're coming for you. So while you're nice and comfortable and talking all this mad crap now, when they start hitting, and they will start hitting, YouTube will have their hands tied. They will have to give you that strike. And think of how many times you have had me on your show without my authorization. This is enough to take several channels completely down. So if I were you, I don't false strike people. Let's get that clear. I know people want to say that they can come and steal my content, the content I paid to have produced. They can't. They want to misuse fair use. Your $1.99 attorney can't determine what's fair use. YouTube cannot determine what's fair use. The only person that's allowed to determine what fair use is a judge, a federal judge, by the way. That's the only one. That is the only one. So, and this is a strong warning because, as many of you guys know, there were some creators here last year. They're not here anymore. Okay, so I wouldn't allow these creators that have no platform anymore to be telling you the law, because eventually you're probably going to lose your platform if you keep following their advice. Period. But I don't false strike people. If you use my content without my permission, and it's not for educational purposes, it's not for criticism. And criticism is a clip, not the whole video. Whoever has been advising you what fair use is probably also advising you that most likely the chances of somebody suing you are few and far between. Well, they have not met our team. They have not met our team. So yeah, if you don't think you're going to be sued, it may not be today. It may not be tomorrow, but I bet your ass when you hear that knock at the door and you get those papers, don't come here crying. Oh, they're being mean to me. No, we gave you ample time to take the crap down. You chose not to. You chose to steal something that you did not buy and pay for. And yes, we have rights in this country to sue you for that. So I don't want to hear. And then once we find out who some of these anonymous people are, you will also be hit with a civil suit. And again, statutes of limitations give me a little minute. So you get comfortable. You get comfortable. But believe me, that knock at the door will come. Got to remember, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can have 4 or 5 lawsuits, still sue the frickin' chief of police and his department, and still have enough time to come home for dinner. Yeah, it was absolutely gross seeing that on Billy Joe's fence, not because of who it is, whether I disagree with him or agree with him. It's because they failed to even mention Quinton. That tells you this has nothing to do with that little boy. Nothing whatsoever. This is a con job from Cher. We all know it. Billy Joe just needs to catch up to it. But don't ever freaking put my life in jeopardy or put me in harm's way. I don't give a fuck about anybody that much. Let me tell you right now. Thank you. That's because it's called rest. It's called rest. It's so funny because when we were out there, I had these huge bags under my eyes. Horrible. I mean, these things went like down into my cheeks. They were just horrible, horrible bags. And I remember looking over at Olivia and Jimmy and just saying, I'm literally going to have bags for a month after I get home. But I slept. I literally slept for 2 days. I get up for a few hours, go back to sleep, get up for a few hours, go back to sleep, get up for a few hours, go back to sleep. That's been my stuff all day. Last night, I went to bed at like, I don't know, between 7:30 and 8:30. I can't remember exactly when I went out. But I went out. I got up like this morning at like 2 a.m. Like I went and I finally at 2 a.m. I'm like, I feel rested now. So I got up and I got my shower. Yes, at 2 a.m. And then I went back to bed and fell back asleep and woke up at 7:30. So I'm sure my sleep's going to be off for a little bit, but then we're going to be right back on the sleepless nights because we're going right back out there. We just came home. And many of you guys know I've got to deal with my roof. The roof that they say is not damaged, by the way, right? I literally have not a shingle on my roof, but there's no damage to my roof. Okay. That's what these hate groups are trying to say. I have never asked for one dime for my roof, by the way. I'm working with FEMA. So, I mean, this whole, they're just idiots. They're just idiots. And you know what? Everybody's like, oh, but I just want to hear what they have to say. Quit. I don't care what any of these assholes have to say about me or Jimmy or Marissa or Justice for All. I don't care. I don't care. This is not about them. This is not about me. This is not about Jimmy. This is about a 20-month-old child. When are we going to focus on that? If you guys go over to those channels and watch them, all you're doing is supporting monsters. You really are truly supporting monsters. Every time you watch a video, a commercial going into that, you're supporting that financially. I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care enough, honestly, to give them the time of day, and you shouldn't either, because you know damn well anything coming out of their mouth is garbage. It's horseshit. So why are you putting yourself through that? Is my question. Why? I don't want to hear it. If you guys see something about me, I don't care. Don't send it. I don't care. I have to literally value their opinion about me to give a damn what they say about me. If you notice, I don't need them to create content. You don't see me having to hang on every word they say to have something to bring to you, because I actually go out there and obtain the content myself. I don't need to be hung up on every single word of every single person. You guys want to get in the drama? Get in the drama. Just don't bring it here. I don't care. Let me be very, very clear to each and every one of you out there. I don't care. Billy Joe is responsible for this entire mess, and so is her daughter. Period. They can't talk their way out of this. They can't convince me otherwise because I know entirely too much, and they are disgusting people. And I find it awfully funny that every time certain creators, BT, Cher, Savage, they want to get into these people and they talk to them and record everything. Then they flip on them and then they turn, you know what I'm saying? Why put yourself, at least when I come to you with who I am. I tell you what my motives here are. You don't have to worry about me being a slimy snake. At least when I was out in front of your house, you knew what you were getting, right? These people are conning you. They will continue. And believe me, that this con is not mine, right? I don't have to sit here and fight for somebody's time. I will show up there. I don't have to get passports or whatever bullshit lies that are being perpetrated. I don't need to do that. I don't need to play that game. I don't play games. If you guys are tired of the games, stay right here on Bullhorn Betty channel. Because what's going to end up happening is these people are going to use and abuse Billy Joe for everything she's worth. They're going to flip on her. And Billy Joe's going to sit there and say, oh, you know, why would you do that to me? Because you are responsible for a 20-month-old child's death. Do you not think these people are going to expose you? Are you kidding me? They're going to eat every bit up, give you all types of promises, and then be done with you and turn on you. And then they're going to try to come to people like me and be my best friend and try to convince me that the way they did it was right. No, it's not. You lie to your audience again and again. You have them support monsters again and again, and then you flip on them again and again. It's the same routine. It's old. It's stale. We're tired of it. Yeah, we have never organized a protest, not one time in Chatham County. Ever. Ever. People were out there the day I showed up. They don't want to tell you that. People were already out there on their front lawn before I even showed up. I showed up to having the whole road almost filled up with people the day I showed up in town. So this idea that I caused this or Jimmy caused this is bullshit. I literally have the very first video of me showing up into town on that road. I know, right? He said, well, you have to have a permit for a parade. I looked at him. I said, does this look like a freaking parade? There's 4 people here. 4. My camera lady, me, and 2 people for security because I don't trust the Chatham County Police and 1 eyewitnesses. Parade my ass. And again, parade is legally defined in Georgia. And it's not just defined in what a parade is. It is defined in the number. What constitutes a parade? So this whole parade what's going on out there is not a parade. You cannot convince a judge that it's a parade. And if you try to apply a parade to a few people standing on the side of the road, you got some major legal hurdles to overcome. And trust me, when you put somebody in jail, that's false arrest and you knowingly did it. That's a huge problem. That's like a civil suit put in a nice, beautiful bow and sent to the person whoever Chatham County Police arrested. Oh, thank you, Tracy. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah, absolutely. I see you. Not one. You know what? Our banner said, thank you for being the voice of the voiceless, right? And all the accompanying signs that came with that were all about Quinton. We're all about Quinton. You know, not one sign that they posted up in their windows or the sign that they posted up on that thing referenced Quinton at all. Not one. That family still hasn't done one single thing for this little boy. They haven't put 1 cent toward finding this little boy, for missing flyers, for banners, for nothing. This family has done shit for this little boy. Nothing. The only people that have done a damn thing for this little boy are the ones that were out there and all you beautiful people that sponsored it. Those losers, those crackhead women didn't even know his name. Told us that Quinton doesn't even exist. It broke my heart. And that's the kind of garbage that some of you guys are continuing to still support. And yes, I know that. Know that for a fact. You guys want to go over there, you want to watch the videos, and you're like, but I just need, no, you don't. You don't need to know what's going on there. Because it's all lies. Who intentionally goes to watch lies? I can't stand a liar and I can't stand a thief. And I hate things getting caught up. Like, you could ask Jimmy. This is a true story. Every time I went to go grab something, it'd get hooked up on something. Whether it be my charger, whether it be my keys, whether it be my press badge, no matter what it was, it kept getting hooked up on something. And I was like, arg, and he's like, just calm down. It's no big deal. And I'm like, but it's every damn time. And I'll turn around and I'll go to move and it caught on something else. And I'm like, I can't stand that. Pet peeves. Those are mine. So I called my mom and I said, hey, Mom, my mom was on vacation with my sisters. They needed a break. My mom had been watching me. She was just, as many of you guys know, like, we love Olivia's mom, because even though I'm pretty sure there were some intense moments out there, I'm pretty sure she's like, because she's mom. But I can also guarantee that my mom is probably a little more frantic than her mom. Her mom is like literally cool as cucumber. Like, Billy Joe gets right up in her face. And you see mom's just, she's not being aggressive, but you just see mom kind of move over a little closer. Like, you touch my daughter, I'm going to yoke you up, bitch ass up. What? Yes. Olivia's mom's the sweetest mom, but I guarantee you don't want to mess with her. She is Army trained, Cuban Army trained. So she's not even American Army trained. She's Cuban Army trained, which means they will put a boot in your butt. Right? But Olivia was right there and she recorded it. And then it was so crazy because she's like, well, she's doing it to me. Lady, you walked across the road and got into her camera. Yeah, she's doing it to you. We didn't walk from across the street to you. And then you were like, but Police Chief Hadley had that sign and put in the yard. What is your connection with Police Chief Hadley, by the way? Because, from where I'm sitting, nobody else in that community would be afforded this benefit. Why is this family? We know that Police Chief Hadley allegedly had some prostitution in his background. Now, how can a police chief that can't follow the law, that, we're all about, breaking the whole ST trade. And here we have a police chief that has actually supported the ST trade in his own personal capacity. How is that man able to be a police chief when he clearly does not follow the law? And then I find it awfully equally odd that we have two women that are well-known prostitutes being protected by this very police chief. He had some run-ins here in Florida too, this police chief, in my home state. So if you think those things are going to be out of sight, out of mind, police chief, you've got another thing coming. If everything matches up, I will be bringing that to the Bullhorn Betty channel, because it is a news report. It is something I am covering in my professional capacity. And I hate corrupt people. I hate corruption. I work very hard in my own county to make sure it doesn't happen, because I'm involved. And like I said, I may just be getting an efficiency there. So I have voting rights in your county for the next couple of years. Who knows? But but I know that this county needs help. I know that the people out there are being, just treated poorly. They're being lied to by their law enforcement agency. And this is the problem, is that these law enforcement agencies from these smaller counties, these rural counties, they play on the ignorance of their population. They play on the ignorance of their population, because if you don't know the law, they can shovel anything they want down your throat, and you have to eat it. I don't just come into communities and protest, because there's many communities I've never protested before once. And actually, when I first got out there, you guys were a little upset that I was not partaking in the protest. I wasn't using my bullhorn. I was reporting the case. But then after weeks of being out there, expecting this woman to go to jail for all this, I mean, if we didn't find out all the abuse and all the drug use in front of those kids, and God knows what else happened in front of those kids, i.e., mommy and daddy banging in front of them. Yes. So, that's disgusting, because you shouldn't be doing that in front of your kids. But yes, you know what I'm saying? These are things that are disgusting to me, and law enforcement knows about them and has still done nothing about it. It doesn't seem like they're interested in justice for any of the other children, because there were other children in that home that were abused. And I truly believe, not just by Leilani. Billy Joe is a very violent woman. She beat her daughter. She beat Leilani. She continues to beat Leilani in that home. There are many police records of her injuring Leilani in that home. And then she blames her daughter. One altercation was over clothes being in the washer, and how Billy Joe pays for everything, and she should be able to use the washer whenever she wants to use the washer, and the hell with everybody else in the house, because she pays all the bills and she's the one that keeps that house running, and yada, 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 yada. Let me push my daughter because she's upset that I'm screaming in her face. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, we got loads of clips. That's why I said there's no point. We got everything we need from these channels. They're not going to be able to do too much, because we're not going to let them know when we're going live, and we're not going to be staying out there all day like we were before. Because at the end of the day, this is about Quinton. This is not about their shit show, right? Bullhorn Betty already shit on the show, right? They can't do Bullhorn Betty like Bullhorn Betty can do Bullhorn Betty, because at the end of the day, I am professional. When I'm in my professional capacity. And when I'm in my personal capacity, you better watch out, because I'll tell you where to go and how to get there. And I'll do it right from this channel too, in my professional capacity. But this is why we're not going to be talking about the other creators on here. I'm going to tell you, you guys can do what you want to do, but I really do behoove you. If you guys are sick and disgusted by the actions of some of these creators, quit watching them. That is the only way they're going to get the message. And every time you go there to look under the hood and you watch that commercial, you're giving them 1 cent toward their thing. Now, granted, the ad, people talk about being in AdSense and stuff like that. Anybody on AdSense can tell you that there's not a whole lot of money in the ads portion of YouTube. What garners the money is the support, the donations from the YouTubers, the audience out there. Because like that 9-hour video that got 42,000 views, that would have made maybe, now mind you, it's 9 hours of my time talking in front of a camera. And ad revenue for that 45,000 people would probably be right about $100. Okay, hardly worth my time to stand in the heat for 9 hours talking to a screen. But that's the reality of it. You don't get rich on these things. The only thing that we do is we collect donations, and that helps our causes. It helps us get out there. That helps us with our expenses, our hotels, our food. Think about it. I don't eat 3 meals a day, but I definitely eat 2 meals a day. Now think about having to eat 2 meals a day out, and you can't just eat that garbage McDonald's and Taco Bell all the time. I mean, granted, it's good for here and there, but you can't eat that, $1 burger for 30 days straight. You just can't do it. No matter how you try, You just can't do it. You got to have real food. So occasionally you got to have that $50 meal. You know what I'm saying? You got to put something in your system that your system can actually eat and digest, and it be nutritious for you. So it's crazy. And these people think that money grows on trees and all this travel is free. And then because they don't want to put the money in it, they can just steal it from you. So they don't have to pay for it. Well, that stuff is coming to an end, because we are definitely ahead of the game on this, and everything that we're doing this point forward is going straight to the U.S. Copyright Office. It's being copyrighted, and as soon as we get those registrations, and we have to do it for every single one, and we are doing it. We are doing it. And so when we get those registrations and people still have our stuff, don't complain about the strike, because you will be stricken. I'm telling you right now, I will strike you as soon as that, and there's nothing YouTube can do about it. Nothing. Every day, $62.50. It costs me $62.50 every single day I run a live, because every single one of my lives has to be uploaded into the Copyright Office. But if that's what I got to do to stop some of this nonsense, and for people to understand what fair use really is, and that the $1.99 attorney is only advising you based upon people unwilling to sue you. Hello? Yes. But it's not that. It's like when they get irritated, they don't care. They just want to find any scintilla of something that they can try to move you along with. That's not how the law works. Skirting the law never works for anyone. It gets counties in trouble. And what ends up happening is when they are sued, it's the taxpayers that have to foot the bill. It's the taxpayers that have to foot the bill for their mistake, because they voted the piece of shit in the office to begin with. And then they want to say, oh, well, we'll try to negotiate it. No, we're not negotiating, because you knew damn well before I got there, you were trying to violate my rights and chose to do it anyways after being fully advised of the law. I'm not going to be pleading with you. We're not going to be negotiating. But it's funny that the haters choose to stream their whole lives because they know it gets more views than their own. They have no content. If you look, when has that cabbage, that smelly cabbage, when has she ever once gone anywhere and got her own authentic content? Name one time. Just one. Oh. Funny how that happens. Once. Tell me one time that smelly cabbage has ever sponsored one missing person flyer. Don't hold your breath, folks, because you'll be dead before that it's answered. Because the answer is never. Never. So you're talking about a woman that talks like she's straight out of the ghetto. She has, and I don't know, the whole thing with the teeth thing is just something to get under their skin, because these women, lost their teeth because of drugs, not because of periodontal disease, not because they had bad teeth, but simply because they were all on drugs. And we know that. I was on drugs too. Still have all mine. Just saying. That means they were dirty, like nasty dirty, right? Interviews with people involved in the case is disturbed and could cause problems. So why are we doing this? Oh, wait, it's for Quinton, right? Putting hands on people and lying are for him too, right? Exactly. This family has done more to try to insult YouTubers than they have to try to find their missing loved one. I think about that. To me, that's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So what I'm trying to decide right now is whether or not to, open up the panel to hear your concerns. But because of such the level of trolls, people that have to create they got to come over here and try to use me to create their content because they're absolutely worthless without me or Jimmy or Marissa, right? Justice for all. Like they dog on JLR and Olivia. Like we are at the end of the day, we are a powerhouse when we're together and nobody can dispute that. And it eats them up because we are so powerful. And they're like, oh, you're powerful. Yeah, I am pretty freaking powerful, folks. YouTube has given me that ability. You guys expecting and loving the content I create is good. I work with an astounding team of people that when we are together collectively are a major powerhouse and can do some major good. Independently, each of us do pretty darn well. But it's that collaboration that they can't stand, because it's that collaboration that pushed many of our channels forward. Like our channel, this Bullhorn Betty channel, since being down there for the last month, has garnered almost 750,000 views. And that was literally in 2 to 3 weeks from the content that was produced out in front of that house. And what is upsetting is that the mainstream media out there can't stand that. We are dominating their own space. So they start going on the side of and parroting whatever the police chief wants them to parrot, whether it's truthful, accurate, or correct. They never bothered having journalistic integrity to reach out to me except for only one news outlet has reached out to me, and that was Channel 22. And I was that guy that referred to me as a heckler, which again, when you're in journalism and you're producing reports and going on the news, I would expect my news journalists and reporters to know what definitions mean. So when you use the word heckler, I expect you to be using it in the proper context. So explain to me what performer any of us, unless you're referring to the performance of the Billy Joe and Leilani, which ones have I interrupted? Which performances did I interrupt with outlandish stuff? I'm curious, because that's the definition of heckler. And it's a shame that all the reporters and media out in Savannah, Georgia are too ignorant to even look up the definition before using it. Just saying. They refer to us as protesters at the beginning and hecklers at the end. So it was just, and still, it's still protected speech. Whether you like what comes out of my mouth or not, it's still protected. Trust me. Just because I don't agree with some counterparts of mine doesn't mean that it's not protected. Even those ladies out there, the crackheads, crackhead 1 and crackhead 2. We even told law enforcement as they were getting closer and closer to us, because I know the rules, and I said, just move them, just tell them to move on the other side of the driveway, because they are supposed to separate opposing, protest and counter protest. They're supposed to separate them. Typically, they're separated on the other sides of the streets. We were on that side of the street first. You would have thought that they would have moved them over to the other side of the street. But even if they didn't do that, they should have moved them on the other side of the driveway where they were. Then they started encroaching us after they already tried to run over 2 people. And she admitted to doing that twice. She admitted to doing that twice, not to the law enforcement, but after the fact. And law enforcement arrested somebody because she lied. We had 15 witnesses out there, and she was the only one lying to the officer while we were trying to tell them the truth. And he chose to not listen to 15 other eyewitnesses out there and go with the one lady that has been in and out of jail for the last year. You can't make this stuff up, because it wasn't about protection. It was about getting the YouTubers. because we had smeared that police chief's name and he wanted to smear us. He felt vindicated by smearing us because he's doing a shit job. It didn't work because everybody out there knew what had happened except the police chief, because we were streaming it and other people were streaming it. And we had eyewitnesses, multiple eyewitnesses that were all saying the same thing. And your tubby ass fat man of a sergeant comes out there being disrespectful to not the men, just the women. I got a problem with that. I got a big problem with that. What is it with your officers and beating up on women and being aggressive toward women? Do you have a lot of female women beaters on your staff there, police chief? Because it sure has that appearance that you have a lot of men that wear the badge that like assaulting women. Cartwright, Kay, tubby police officer, that's a sergeant. That man needs to be able to pass a physical. Probably can't even pass a physical to be on the street. Why is he there? When I came into town, they told me, it was the locals that were telling me how they were being treated by the police, and I got to see it firsthand. It's disgusting. I really did. I got to see it all firsthand, and it is disgusting. I literally felt violated out there. Like I seriously, I'm having some emotional issues over this because I felt, I was raped once upon a time in my 20s. And I felt like that's what they did to me out there to an extent. Not obviously to that extent, because that would be disrespectful, but I feel that kind of violated. Like, how dare you violate my rights like that? Maybe you need to know your audience before, or your media, before you start doing some crazy stuff like you did to me. Because one, I'm literally known all over the world. I mean, you can't get past that. Like, Brett Buffington is not even known all over the world. And he's one of the best investigative journalists you guys have out there. And I feel like he himself was probably lip-tied because of his network, because they work for the police. They will be 86 from the police if they don't do exactly what the police tell them to do and report. I don't give a shit. Where's your freaking integrity? Where is the news integrity in Chatham County? Where's your voice? When the hell do you start thinking out of the box and telling your audience what they need to know, not what some police chief wants them to know? When are you going to start looking into this police chief and the corruption that's going on around this case? You're doing a disservice to the people in your public, and that's why it's driving them to YouTube to get their news. I checked out Georgia law. I checked out a lot of stuff. I'm doing my own legal research because I have to. I'm also going to be reaching out to law firms and lawyers and shit like that, because I'm now being forced to, because I will be damned if my rights are going to be violated. So here's the Georgia law on broadcasting. Do you know that this is a broadcast under the defined under Georgia law? Yeah. I mean, I have gone through quite an extensive Google attorney search just to get some ideas on what their statutes are, what their different laws that they have passed, like Article 24. This is how I do my research. Then I go to Article 24 and I read it, and then I check on the case law of it. So it tells me what precedent is set for that particular article, so I can see all the good orders, for or against this particular article, and when it was raised, and other arguments before the court and things of that nature. So this is how I do my research. And then I go into my case law and I see what all it says. And that's what I utilize when I deal with these law enforcement. Because at the end of the day, they are putting on a badge and saying that they're upholding Georgia law. Well, you're either upholding Georgia law or you're not, but you're not going to violate my rights. And as many of you guys see, I have no problem respectfully arguing. I never got nasty with any law enforcement agent that I came in contact with. Not until they put my life in jeopardy. When you start putting my life in jeopardy, yeah, I got a problem with that. Oh, England. I have many clips showing them discussing it was planned, and I'm still doing it. Yes, and we need that. And keep that in a file, because I'm probably going to have you forward this over. Jimmy did not deserve this. He did not deserve this. This was literally a maneuver from law enforcement to put one of those YouTubers, because everybody that they have arrested out there has been all their local people. And it's hard to sit there and say YouTube is causing this chaos when it's all their people, the Savannah County residents, that are going to jail. They just had to get a YouTuber behind bars. They just had to, because otherwise it wouldn't drive their narrative. And even though he did nothing wrong at all, he protected someone, and we have 15 witnesses to state that. And we have multiple camera angles to show he never touched that lady. Since then, she has admitted to trying to run over people, and she's admitted that Dolly never touched her. She admitted that. So how can your tubby ass fat officer that decides to be nasty and rude to only women see him touch this lady's arm? At what point was he? What was the other charge he had? Was I can't remember, but he didn't do it. When did he ever raise his voice? When did he ever? He didn't. He arrested. He didn't fight with them. He didn't talk to them. He did nothing of the sort. And they charged him. So they put under oath that they saw him touch this lady. We have obviously video evidence that is untrue. So that law enforcement agent lied under oath. And then they tried to say that he was being, oh hell, I can't remember it. Why can't I remember his charges? I'll have to look him up. But that he was being a disorderly conduct. When was he disorderly? They literally lied under oath and made up a charge. And this is not the first time we have witnessed this. Not the first time. The Fry guy was one of the most apparent cover-ups, because this guy came out with a bat. They were arresting other protesters. They told those other protesters that it would cost them $75 to go have him arrested for assault, even though he did it right in front of law enforcement. Right in front of law enforcement. And they omitted it from every single report. That Fry guy came out with a baseball bat to assault him. And he advised those people to go up and get that report the next day. He thought he was something else. Like, we literally have the entire altercation with police in the video. And that was the most exciting thing that had happened there, because the kids at this time had only blocked a car, so it wasn't that exciting. But somebody running out with a baseball bat, that's pretty exciting. So the one important part of that entire report that Officer Cartwright was required to make under oath, he omitted the entire baseball bat incident from his report, the entire thing. And he advised Wanda to go up there and pull the report and press charges against the Fry guy that Monday. So he was literally making sure Fry guy didn't go to jail. That's cronyism. That's favoritism. That's lying under oath. And this was done by a sergeant. Think about that. Do you really believe that Jimmy did those things that they said he did? No, he didn't. And those law enforcement agents refused to listen or refused to take statements or witness testimony from anybody out there. They refused to. Refused to. All they wanted was to make sure Jimmy went to jail. That's all they cared about. They weren't there to protect and serve. They weren't there to protect and make sure everybody was safe. They weren't doing their job whatsoever. And so much so that the police chief says, I can't believe nobody's came out, actually inciting the residents out there to come out with guns to try to shoot us. That's what he meant to say. But he said it in such a delicate way. That's why his officers weren't stationed out there. Because he figured that rural law would take care of us. We'd all be shot. Way to go, police chief. Way to go. Nice how you protect and serve people. You don't jeopardize my life and think that you're going to not have to pay a heavy price. My life is valuable, just like Quinton's. I know you don't value life. You don't care about anybody's life. All you care about is having your bar and living the life you want and having whoever you want slobbing your knob under the desk. That's not my problem. But when you start jeopardizing my life and threatening that I'm going to go to jail for doing my job lawfully, we got a big problem, bud. When I go up there, I expect law enforcement to leave me alone and allow me to do my job. Now, if they want to sit down the road and make sure I'm safe, I will welcome that. But if they got other ulterior motives, stay the fuck away from me. And I can say that respectfully, Chief. This is the difference between your cocky cockroach mainstream media and YouTube. Billy Joe had full custody of those children. She should be in jail for, yeah, she should be. And it's cited all over the court custody paperwork. We even have copies of it here, them citing about how she failed to protect those kids. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely she did. Absolutely. Without a doubt. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. Let me see if I can get this over there. You guys, I'm going to tell you right now, this is the way it's going to go. I'm putting the link up for this show. A lot of people have mixed opinions on what they saw, how they feel about this case. I do want to say respectfully, let's not attack. This is not attack other creators. I've already made that a point. I've already said my piece with it. This is not about other creators. This is about Quinton Simon. So if you have specific questions about that, if you have if you have help or something like that, and I just want to let you know, I'm not looking for anybody to find me a constitutional attorney or First Amendment right attorney or anything like that on here. I will find that myself. I do appreciate it. If you have some suggestions of names that I can vet, I'm fine with it, because we were trolled. We were trolled out there when Wanda and them got arrested. And we kept that hush hush because we did not want more to happen to them. And then we found out that somebody actually tried to reach out to Wanda as well. And we told her that it's probably a troll, not to speak to them. If anybody reaches out to you and says that they're an attorney XYZ, you find out their name. You have a video conversation, make sure that their face matches their name, and you get their bar number. You do not listen to anybody that reaches out to you on YouTube, on email, or through Messenger. You don't do that. Okay? Because people out there are snakes and they've got nothing better to do. Now, mind you, it is a crime to impersonate legal counsel. You can't do that. So if something like that happens to you, pick up the phone and file a report. Because I'm telling you, it will work. It may take some time, but when they do find those people, they will have to answer for that. And if they're across state lines, that's going to be escalated to law enforcement that can handle across state lines. But you need to file the report. If anybody out there, I know there were several people that got arrested out there. If anybody's reached out to you and said that they're an attorney, they're going to handle this, they're going to handle that, that's a lie. That's a lie. If you've been reached out to by one, let me know what number they called from, who their name is, and I'll let you know whether they're legit or not. So that's how we found the first one. I was kind of hook, line, and sinker there for a little bit. But there were some things that they were saying, such as they're having ex parte communications with a judge in a criminal matter, and that's highly unethical. And so I was letting them ramble, and I kept saying, this guy's not making sense, because you can't have ex parte communications with a judge about criminal matters. The prosecution has to be involved in all, all negotiations and getting stuff. So this person wasn't really smart about the law, but I kept letting him go and kept reeling him in. And then I'm like, I heard that you're a fake attorney. And he's like, I've been watching all the channels. I haven't heard that not one time. It's because you've been communicating with me, and there is no way you can have ex parte communications with a judge. None, not in a criminal matter. That is a huge violation. So I just let him kind of hang himself. But we did find out very quickly. It took me literally a few hours before I realized he was a troll. And I let the people know that he was a troll. And it was very highly upsetting to the people that were told that everything was okay for them, that they were going to get all this stuff thrown out. And that's why it's highly illegal to impersonate a member of the court, So ours was reported. I don't know if Wanda reported her incident with them or not, but ours was definitely reported. And I hope that they do find out who was involved. And I know that they were over state lines. So I hope that the FBI is starting to look at this organization, these people that are really doing a number on here, and the ones that are actually involving themselves in the case. I don't reach out. Whenever I have an opportunity outside of the gates to ask questions, I do, but you don't see me trying to reach in and trying to drive narratives, obstruct justice, tell people what they need to be saying to law enforcement. That is obstruction of justice. That holds serious consequences for those creators that are doing that, telling people to lie about their statements. That is accessory after the fact, and you can be charged with that. So I would tread very, very lightly. And believe me, their phones are tapped. So if you think that your conversations with them, Messenger and otherwise, aren't being recorded, you are wrong. And I'm so sick of this. And you know what? FBI is going to get tired, and very, very tired of the YouTubers that obstruct justice and become accessories after the fact. They're going to start charging some of these YouTubers with that. And when they start charging them, you're going to find out, guess what? It wasn't Bullhorn Betty they charged. Just saying. But keep it up. Keep it up. Because the more that this goes on with the true crime, the more that they are going to start applying those standards to the YouTubers out there, literally obstructing justice. The legal term, not just some frivolous term that they use. Oh, Bullhorn Betty's out there talking to people. She's obstructing justice. No, I'm not. I have never once told anybody to say this or say that, or drive this narrative or drive that narrative, or cause wrinkles in an investigation. No, I haven't. Even protest does not cause wrinkles in an investigation. Okay? Calling a suspect and telling them to drive a narrative and to lie to law enforcement, yeah, that's a fucking crime. You bet your ass that's a crime. Share. But anyways, let me go ahead. What does this say? I see you. Thank you for joining at Mel. Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the new supporters that we gotten off this case, members and otherwise. This is one of the things where I have to be honest with you. I did not expect this to go. This is probably one of the worst experiences I have had doing this ever. Because we went into town looking for a missing boy. We left town with the mom being accused, the mom being a known abuser of this child, not one charge toward her, a corrupt police chief. I don't know why he's protecting this family, but there's got to be some long-standing roots between his family and their family, and we will find them. If this woman was of a different color, do you think she would be out of jail? No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't. I guarantee if this was a Black woman and the same exact situation was here and all the information, she would be sitting in jail right now. And that to me is disgusting. That is what is truly disgusting to me. And there's nobody that cultivated that kind of environment except that police chief. And you know who helped him cultivate that environment? The county commission. I tell you what, if this happened in my county, I love my sheriff. I love my sheriff. Sheriff Rick Wells, I love him. I absolutely love it. I feel like he's got his shit together. He's, he doesn't overextend. He doesn't try to skirt the law. He applies the law equally to everyone here. And I'm going to tell you right now, if he did this shit in my county, I would be livid. Even if I wasn't even involved in true crime and I found out that this was going on in my county, you bet your ass he'd be getting a call from me. You bet your ass this would not be happening in my county, ever. And all you activists in Savannah County, now's the time for you to stand up and speak up. Because what's going on there, you should not have to ever deal with again. I'm sorry. Period. You shouldn't. Today's the day. Guys, get out and vote. Fire those commissioners. Whatever ones you have available to take out, take them out. Vote for the other party. I don't care if it goes against your entire thread. Unless it's somebody that is law and order and denounced this as police chief, then that's the only person that we should be staying on this county commission. And you guys need to be going to those county commission. I know they're boring meetings, but you need to be going there because they're making a lot of rules that aren't lawful. They're making a lot of rules that you don't know about. And this stuff is becoming to your detriment. You guys need to be getting involved in your county. I'm telling you. You need to be getting involved in the budgeting, your capital improvement projects, where all this wasteful spending can be derived. This capital improvement projects is a great place for cronyism to be happening. You need to be getting involved in that so you know that the politicians' friends aren't getting all these contracts that they are given to the people fairly and appropriately. There's an underbelly society in this county. You can feel it. The Good Old Boys Club does exist in Chatham County. I know what it is because there's one in just about every community. There's one right here in Manatee County. I can name all of the members. I don't like it. But what do? You fight it. You fight it. Give me a second. I'm almost out of my vape, so I thought I'd be here. Boy, you know what? If I had to sit or had to stand, like I'm almost ready to have a standing table, that I work from here as a standing table. And the reason for that is because my ass hurts. And my glutes are killing me from sitting there. I think it's because I've been up so much. Standing up for the last weeks, just sitting down for some time is killing me. Sure feels like it. It sure feels like it. And it was like, because as soon as they ran the narrative, because I addressed the whole narrative of this whole money thing. Everybody always wants to come back. Oh, this is a money. Are you saying that to your mainstream media that makes how many hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars every year? I don't make that. But I'm getting more views than they are, especially on this case. So who's really the money grab industry? Is it some YouTubers from YouTube, or is it, that covers news and true crime? Or is it mainstream media? Who's actually making the bigger paycheck here? I'd like to know. But it ain't me. Because every penny I have ever made goes back into my cases. I'm a broke bitch. Period. I'd love to have a new car. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to have something that I don't have to worry about every time I make a trip like this. I have to come back and stick $1,000 into it. Right? So don't give me that crap. They did that. They tried to run that narrative to keep people away from us, and it did not work. All they did was give us more clout on their mainstream media. Everybody's like, who are these people? Who's Dolly Vision? And then they see Bullhorn Betty, and they're over here. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We didn't get this kind of coverage on our mainstream media because they don't care about informing you. They want to give you oh, we're so perfect. We're so happy, Savannah, Georgia. Oh, but over in the ghetto, we have 3 people shot and dead. But over in this white community, We have a baby killer on the loose, but we're not doing anything about it, and you're going to have to eat it. Have a good night from Channel 11, Channel 22, Channel 3, right? Same friggin' parrot bull crap. A little rest makes a lot of difference. It does. And I had like that zit right in the middle of my forehead. I had wrong side, like a something right here for my sunglasses. I still got a little one right here, but I mean, literally within 2 days, the whole face was cleared up. My bags, started going away. But I literally rested for literally 2 solid days. Everybody's been blowing my phone up. I'm sorry, guys, I couldn't get to you. I know some of you guys were reaching out to me on Messenger. I have to be honest with you. I shut my phone off. I turned it off. It was so crazy. I literally turned it off. I could not rest because everybody's trying to get me. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I mean, keep the stuff coming. But everybody was trying to show me this and trying to show me that. I had no more energy for it. I literally had no more energy for it because today is like literally the day that we are going to be like working our asses off today. It's my first day kind of back. But yeah. Yeah. It was funny. Listen to this. Olivia was talking about, we need to go here. We just need to stay. We're going to totally disassociate with the whole protest aspect of this. We're going to, because like I said, when I came into town, it was just me. Jimmy wasn't even here yet. It was just me. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew that this girl was responsible. I set up, I started covering the story. And the more we covered it, the more disgusting it got, the more apparent it got that there was favoritism going on behind the scenes. And we know that because I'm sorry, nobody else would get the treatment that Billy Joe and her daughter Leilani received. Nobody. And I want to know why they are receiving this treatment. And it got me frustrated and it got me more angry to the point where I was calling the police chief out by name because he was being he is not a good police chief, folks. He's not. They can try to convince Chatham County that he's the best of the best, but if that's the best they got, they need to merge in with the sheriff's department and let the sheriff's department handle that entire area. The police chief has no business. Police chiefs are usually in cities. This is county. Why is a police chief running a county area, an unincorporated area? That makes no sense to me. The sheriff's department should be responsible for that area, not the police. It should be the sheriff's department handling and conducting this investigation, not the police. You would have more results, I guarantee, if the Chatham County Police Department would stand back and allow the sheriff's department to take over. But he won't. He needs to. He needs to. I'm getting that. CPS is a joke. And they're playing games, like these privacy games. Well, there's a reason why they're not charging the, like, I don't know how many times I've heard parents having kids removed from their home, but I've never seen one charge. If parents rise to the level of having a child removed from their home, there should be accompanying charges because there's no due process. You're accusing these parents of these despicable acts and you're showing proof of crimes, but you're not charging them. If you're going to take a child, you better have charges to prove that that child was in danger, not just some photos that you're showing to a judge. At what point, when did a social worker that has a doctorate degree in college trump what the sheriffs or police are allowed to do and how they handle or conduct an investigation? That is the most absurd thing I have ever heard in my life. Where are the charges? If you're removing children from home, especially permanently, you better charge those parents with something. Period. Because what it looks like you guys are just thwarting the criminal justice system and removing these kids without proper, I don't care if a judge orders it or not. If a judge is agreeing that these children have been abused, where is the charges? Sorry, abuse is not a civil matter. It's a criminal one. Child neglect is not a civil matter. It's a criminal one. Child endangerment is not a civil matter. It's a criminal one. BJ, I'm not even going to call her. I'm going to call her Billy Joe because she doesn't deserve to have, I mean, she is a blowjob, right? She is a BJ. I just keep wondering if Chief Hadley, what did it take? How long did it take her under your desk, Chief Hadley, to get that sign, the loitering sign put up? I'm curious. Because something's going on behind the scenes. Something's going on behind the scenes. There's definitely the appearance of impropriety here. Definitely the appearance of impropriety. And that in and of itself should be a conflict of interest, and this police chief should not be conducting this investigation. I really think that Billy Joe and the cops have something going on and is why she's not arrested. We've been hearing she's a snitch. That's what we've been told. Now, I have not confirmed that. That is just allegedly. That's the rumors. But it kind of does. And I've always said there's no way that a baby abuser can trump what a drug cartel or something like that. But who knows? These people don't know their ass from their elbow out here. They are country bunk. It like literally have no training whatsoever on the law or what they're supposed to enforce or how to enforce it. They don't know how to tell the police chief, you're violating people's rights. I'm not enforcing that because that makes me violate the law. I am here to uphold the law. Where's your mouth for all those sheriffs or police officers under his belt? Don't violate people's rights. You can tell your police chief, I'm sorry, but that is exactly what we're not allowed to do. I am not going to jeopardize my career over a petty squabble between you and a YouTuber. And that's what we're seeking. And you know, still to this day, all these weeks later, all the abuse that has been found in that home, all of it, not one charge. She couldn't piss clean on double probation, not one violation. So why? This is not about dotting I's and crossing T's, police chief, because this has nothing to do with the disappearance of Quinton Simon. Nothing. The abuse to his siblings have nothing to do with his disappearance. Her drug use while he was alive has nothing to do with his disappearance. Why has she not been charged for that? And people, you know what? The mainstream media knows this to be true. And not one of your reporters in Savannah, Georgia, has ever asked the chief about those very things. So don't sit here and tell me that I don't have integrity. Your mainstream media doesn't have any integrity. No journalistic integrity whatsoever. None. Police chief, what narrative are we driving today? Oh, okay. So they're hecklers today. And this is a money-making circus. Got it. We'll roll with that. Thank you, Chief. Tonight on 6 o'clock news, coming live from out front of the Simon home, we have hecklers out there that are running YouTube channels and making a money-making circus out there, according to the police chief. We've never reached out to one YouTuber to get their side of the story. Have a good day. Got it. There you go, mainstream media. But don't worry, that's why we got your clientele. See, I'm allowed to be raunchy. Do you guys remember? I was just thinking of him this morning. Howard Stern. Remember Howard Stern? Raunchy guy. Really raunchy. Raunchy antics, raunchy storylines, raunchy punchlines. Always had all those beautiful women around his body, supermodel looking women. Howard Stern, right? Just a raunchy guy, raunchy commentary. I am allowed to be media and still have raunchy commentary. Nobody said I had to go out there and slob the knob of mainstream media or the police chief or the county commissioner for that matter. And as a matter of fact, our Constitution allows me to speak freely about any topic I so very well choose. I collected the information and the police chief is lying. I can't help that. Fire half-assedly. Love that. That's what we need to have on signs. Oh, and that's another thing. When I come back, I'm bringing a box of flyers. And the box of flyers is going to have Quinton's name on it. It's also going to remind everybody to get rid of their city council or their county commission, as well as their demand the police chief's resignation. And I want to go as far as saying that I would like state police to take over this investigation. I think the state police need to take, there's something going on here that doesn't sound right, doesn't act right. Oh, absolutely. If you're asking me, do I think I don't believe anything Billy Joe is saying. Leilani is at that house. If she's not at the house, she's around the corner at her grandfather's house. She's not going very far. She's not with Danny. She's not with Danny at all. We already have eyes on Danny and she's nowhere near him. So it's a lie. It's a lie. Olivia laughs at me all the time. She's like, the sayings you have, the sayings I have. And I said, it's, I'm an old soul and I come from country, hot under the collar. She's like, hot under the collar. I just say some things like, what did I say? I'll be quick as I can't remember. The lamb's tail one. She's like, lamb's tail? I'm like, yeah, haven't you ever seen a lamb's tail? Shake, shake. Done. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, right? Raining cats and dogs. Like people don't even realize that raining cats and dogs, where that came from. It's because way, way, way back when dogs and cats actually slept on the roofs of the homes. They slept on the roofs of the home. They didn't let the dogs and cats in. They slept on the roofs of the home. So when it rained, the dogs and cats would jump off the roof and it would be raining cats and dogs. Mind your P's and Q's. Again, an old thing from when people used to go to, way back when, before counties were counties and states were states, people went into these, I guess tap houses or something. And so then they started getting mouthy. The bartender would always tell them, mind their P's and Q's, mind their pints and quarts. People don't know that. I do. Good morning, Coffee Club. Yes, good morning. This is officially the Coffee Club, folks. So if you guys were wondering what the Coffee Club is, it's just listening to me talk about things. But usually I show things on my screen like this. And we go through all the stuff that we're talking about. And it's legislation regarding media and things like that. Because people keep trying to tell me I am not media. I am more media than a lot of people because my stuff has been seen on TMZ. My stuff has been seen on Peacock, Lifetime, A&E. They have seen me. They have seen me around the world. I've given interviews all over the world, including Japan and France. So this idea that these naysayers on YouTube that don't know anything, that are so jealous of me that they can't quit talking about me and they're hung up on every single word I say so they can have something to talk about later today because I am their commentary, not this child. They have to watch me. They have to support this channel because the only way that they can get their commentary is by paying me something for ad revenue. Yeah, otherwise they ain't getting it. They're like, oh, well, they pay for that. I still get ad revenue on your paid subscriptions with no ads. I still get a shit ton of revenue from that a month, right? $200-$300 just for YouTube Premium. So this idea it's got to come to an end. Many of you guys know I'm legit. I've traveled this entire country. That's something that none of our counterparts can really say. And there's only a few of us that really get out and try to find the truth. We've seen Chris, McDonough. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. I haven't been on YouTube in a while. Chris McDonough, he goes out there and meets with these people face to face. He doesn't do it online. You know why? Why does Chris McDonough, a trained investigator, trained detective, part of the cold case squad, why do you think that he goes out and meets with these people personally? Because you read a vibe, you read body language, you get to see people in their normal habitat. This is very, very important. That's why he goes out in person versus, I mean, he could just pick, I mean, he's Chris McDonough. He could literally pick up the phone and have anybody on his show through the internet. So why would he get in this beautiful RV and travel across country to go meet these people in person? Because it gives you something you can't get by having an interview over the phone or online. That's why. Duty Ron doesn't do that. He just brings up his friends and talks about the case, and that's his shtick. And that's fine. He can have that. But there's only a few actual YouTube creators that go out to get the information. And some of them do it, some of them don't. Some of them just like commentating on whatever they find online. I find 90% of the stuff I read online is wholly incorrect when I hit the ground in these areas. The perspective that I had from what was described in the newspapers or on these articles is much different from what I witnessed myself on the grounds. I've talked about that multiple times with all the cases from Gabby Petito to Kylan Schulte, Crystal Turner, to Summer Wells, to Kathleen Moore, Colin Knapp, to now this case here, Michael Monkey Vaughn, another one. And then this one here with Quinton Simon. So I will never forget the sight of you on your bullhorn outside of the police station, giving them hell all alone. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. When you have your law enforcement disrespecting me when I'm trying to explain what happened, they are lucky they didn't put their hands on me, but that officer was ready to push my shoulder. And I'm telling you, if he would have pushed my shoulder, I would have filed a complaint against him to have him arrested. Just because you're wearing a uniform doesn't give you the right to assault somebody. Period. The stuff I saw out there is disgusting and a total violation. And you know what? They have an internal investigation, but their internal investigation does not rise to the level of what it should rise to. I guarantee it. And Sheila B., no, I don't think I'm judge and jury. I think I have an opinion and I'm allowed to use my opinion. When they go to court, when they're arrested and charged with the crime, they get the privilege of being innocent, proven innocent or innocent before guilt. That's in a court of law. That is not public, judge and jury. I'm allowed to have any opinion I want to about any case when I do my own due diligence to find out that information. And if you don't like it, move on. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to entertain it. Go to your hate channels. Go to your hate channels that like to lie to you. If you want the truth, come here. Whether you agree with it or not, these children were abused. Let me show you something. Let me show you something, Sheila. And if you're okay with this, then you are some kind of despicable. Let's just show this. Jury? Really? Think I'm judge and jury? No, I don't. I think I got a mouth and I tell a story. That's what I think. But you're okay with this. You're okay with this. This up here is a yellow bruise under his arm that goes all the way down his cheek, right here. He's got a freaking bruise on the bridge of his nose. This is an older bruise. How do I know that? Because it's already yellowing and disappearing. But then you go down here. These are brand new grab marks. They're not even black and blue. They're purple, red, and blue on his legs. And you're okay with that? Innocent until proven guilty? Who the fuck else put these on there, Sheila? Who do you think put these marks on this little boy, little girl? You think they're innocent until proven guilty? How many people do you think this child has been around, Sheila? Don't come here with that bullshit again. If you want the truth, you stay here. You want some lies and bullshit that takes us away from this little boy and makes it about some raging lunatic that that's just begging for the time of criminals, go over to the other channels. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here. This child was abused for a really, really long time. Do you know that we have a photo of his brother, Zane, her favorite child, with double black eyes and marks around his neck? Who the fuck do you think did this to them? Sheila? Excuse my language, folks. I just want to know who's innocent and who's guilty here. Sheila? Who? I damn sure didn't do this to this kid. The people in this chat room, 2,000 people in this chat room didn't do this to this kid. Who the fuck is innocent? Answer. Forgot to put her in timeout for 5 minutes. I'll give her some time. But this makes my skin boil. And this police chief knows who did this and refuses to charge her with this crime. This is when he's alive. Do you see him? He's breathing in this photo. He's alive in this photo. And he's covered in freaking bruises from literally head to toe. Who did this? You're not going to get your sympathy from me. You got the wrong one. You are not getting sympathy from Bullhorn Betty. Oh, they're innocent until proven guilty. Go screw yourself and get the hell out of my chat. Seriously. I don't want to hear your shit. And until you're down there in Savannah, Georgia, doing your due diligence to find out what the hell happened, I don't want to hear from you because you have no freaking clue. None. And there's more. More evidence that the police chief is just putting aside so this girl, this prostitute drug addict that beats on children, can run the streets and hang out in Tybee Island where the police chief lives. Funny how that works out. Funny how that works out. I really do. I really do. I think this was, they keep saying an accident. I'm sorry. You hit your child so hard that you kill him is not an accident. I don't believe this child drowned, and here's why. Because he's already been in the pool left alone multiple times and was just fine. Even according to the babysitter. She's caught him in the pool numerous times, swimming. Bottom line is I don't think he drowned in the pool. Why? Because it wasn't his first time in the pool. He's been left alone many times in the middle of the night to swim in the pool. He never drowned. Why would he drown this time? Just saying. This little boy was probably the most independent little boy at 20 months old than any child in that neighborhood. Why? Because he had to take care of himself. He had to do for himself. He had to, he was at the mercy of his mom that didn't even change his freaking diapers. And anytime he went over there, she would most likely backhand him or scream in his face. But it's my fault. Gotcha. Absolutely. Absolutely. These are two different, think about this. Two different altercations because this one here is yellow. That means that is already in the healing process. This here, all this in his face, like who hits a 20-month-old in their face? But hey, who's counting, right? This is old because of the yellowing. And any nurse in here or doctor in here knows I'm telling the truth. This yellowing and fading away means that is old and going away. These are without a doubt knew. This is somebody that grabbed his arm and just beat on his knee. Grabbed his arm so tight that she put marks, her whole handprint. You could see the finger marks on here from a hand. And this right here, let me move this comment. This right here, that is somebody popping that boy as hard as they could multiple times. But Police Chief Hadley doesn't care about that. Police Chief Hadley doesn't care about the abuse perpetrated on Zane. Police Hadley probably hasn't even investigated not one claim prior to his disappearance. And people want to come here and try to act like I have nothing to be angry about. I beg to differ. I have a lot to be angry about. And it starts with the hospital when they let these kids go, when they were tested positive for cocaine, to DFACs that failed to protect these children, to the judge that looked at Billy Joe's lengthy criminal history and the active cases going on from her own home and still gave these kids to her, knowing she spent more time out of town than she did at her own home. To law enforcement failing to protect these kids until after a child was missing and presumed dead. Everybody has failed this child. It is not Bullhorn Betty's fault or any other YouTuber that comes into town to cover this case because of these failures, these gross, disgusting failures. People want to sit up here and say innocent until proven guilty. You know what? When you get arrested, you can scream that. But until you're arrested, you deal with what I have to serve. If you don't like it, call law enforcement and tell them the truth so your side of the story can be brought to YouTube. I want whatever's coming out of your mouth to be under oath because I don't trust a damn bitch in that house. I don't trust a damn person that hangs out with them. And I damn sure don't trust that family. They all lie. They're all conniving. They're all conning. They're all cunning. Yeah, a lot of people feel he's not in the landfill. I absolutely feel that he's in the landfill. And it's because they don't understand the area, in my opinion. I don't think they understand this area at all. I really don't. The idea that you can just walk out your back door and walk down, in these woods, you can't. The time of day would have been next to impossible to navigate the woods there. It's the same with these lakes. You got to go through a bunch of woods, guys. This is snake season, from my understanding. There are literally snakes everywhere. And what Dolly was calling a copperhead was not a copperhead. It looked like it was a diamondback rattlesnake out there. It was either that or a pygmy rattle. I'm not sure. But I'm telling you that there was a lot of snakes in that area. You can't, and even one of the neighbors came out and said that their neighbor had recently been bitten and had to be rushed to the hospital from a rattlesnake. So the idea that they can just walk out their back door and not have to deal with rattlesnakes or be able to go in those, but you can't. You can't. It's just too much. You guys have watched me and Olivia and Jonathan go through a lot of different swamps and areas like that many people thought rattlers would be in. And guess what? We didn't come across one rattlesnake, not one snake at all. Maybe a black snake that was swiveling away from us, but it wasn't even a water moccasin. It was just a black snake. But this one, I took literally not even 6 inches into the wood line and there was rattler snakes there. So no, it would have been too dangerous just too dangerous for anybody, especially at that time of night. You can't go out there with a flashlight and try to find these rattlesnakes. It's too dangerous. So that's why I really think that they believe he's in the dumpsters. I think the hit came One of the questions, Judy T, about what I think about Danny. I don't think Danny had anything to do with his disappearance. I don't think he drowned. I don't think Danny knew he was dead. I really don't. I do think that he knew that that Leilani abused these children. I think he, may have lost his cool with these children as well. I think everybody in the house had treated these children very poorly. I don't think it was just one person. I think it was all of them. I think these kids drove this entire family nuts because they were too busy getting drunk and using drugs, that these children were a hindrance. That is why when all these children were finally removed from this house, it was a breath of fresh air for this family, and why they felt the need to go out and party and celebrate these children's removal, because that's surely what it looked like. Yeah, I saw that interview. I don't know who that was. I have a funny feeling I do. I think it was the babysitter of Zane. It was the babysitter that watched Zane. I think that was her that did it. I do know her name. I'm not going to state it because of the craziness associated with YouTube and the fact that she will probably be drugged through the mud for telling the truth, because that's what these hate channels do. If you tell the truth, you go through the mud. So the more they drag me through the mud, the more I'm telling the truth and relevant information. Period. It's because I've never seen anything like this. I have to be honest with you. This is the craziest thing. I think every law enforcement person on here that has a YouTube channel, whether they agree with my antics or not, or how I handle my business or not, I think we all agree that nobody understands what this police chief is doing. He's putting his community in danger, and he's saying, oh, she's not a flight risk. How do you know? She's obviously a criminal across multiple states. And every time she gets in trouble, she moves into another state. What do you mean she's not a flight risk? She has injured her baby even before he disappeared. What do you mean she's not a danger to herself or others? Clearly, she was a danger to this little boy. You see what kind of a danger she was to this little boy. She's out having cocktails at a bar in direct violation of her 2 probation charges, or charges, but she's on double probation, right? But she can just do whatever the hell. I swear to God, I got into trouble on a false affidavit that I ended up going to court and being found not guilty for. And they dropped the violation of probation along with it. But I went to jail. I bonded myself out with cash. I came home for 24 hours and was rearrested for a violation of probation. I had to tell the judge, I just bonded out with 100% bond. Like, why am I back here again? He ended up letting me get out of my violation of probation without a bond. Right? Both charges dropped. Both of them. Why is she not being at least charged with them? Why isn't she not being charged with the violence she perpetrated on her children that are well documented in all court proceedings, all civil court proceedings from her mother, talking about how she abused these children? She's used drugs in front of these children. Not one charge to date. Not one. Past or current charges. Nothing. This police chief feels that it is his solemn duty to keep criminals out of jail. But hey, let's arrest the YouTuber that protected another woman. Do we see a pattern here? I'm seeing a very distinct pattern here. I'm not sure if everybody else is seeing it, but I'm definitely seeing it. And I want to know why. And we have a right to know why, as media, to ask these questions. Yes. And I bet you never heard of this. From the beginning of this child's life to the end of this child's life, nothing but total failure of the system. That's the same way we found out about Harmony Montgomery, Serenity McKinney, Summer Wells, a complete failure of the system. But then when people like me try to poke my head into the business of the Department of Children and Family Services, they scream privacy. We have no rights to even see if they're doing their job correctly. Things have got to change. Yeah, Billy Joe was inconvenienced by those babies. She wanted to be spiteful to Leilani, but basically saying, they're your kids. Suck it up, Buttercup. Not caring at all about the abuse. And now he's dead. And that's exactly right. That is exactly right. I'm convinced he is in the land. I'm not convinced he's in the landfill either. The way the family's behaving, they don't seem too nervous because they're being told that it's going to be everybody. Every YouTuber is in their ear. All the hate channels that support criminals versus the victims. We support the victims as opposed to the criminals. We expose the criminals. What these other YouTubers do is they actually go out of their way to obstruct justice and be accessories after the fact in these cases, by unlawfully advising these families to do things. And they're also advising these families about how difficult it is to find a body in a landfill. And even law enforcement is parroting that, keeping them nice, cool, and calm, knowing damn well, if you know that something is in a pile of shit, as long as you go through that pile of shit diligently, you're going to find what you're looking for. I think that even Billy Joe came out and said she's not optimistic they're ever going to find him out there. So I think their calm, cool, and collect behavior is because they truly believe that they're not going to find this boy. Isn't that disgusting to hear from her grandmother that she's not optimistic they're going to find him? Not that she's optimistic that he's going to be found. She's actually hoping and praying her grandson is not found, that his ever-loving resting place will be a disgusting garbage pit called the landfill. That's what she's hoping. That's sick. As a grandparent, that turns my stomach. Turns my stomach. Yeah, and you know what? They were evicted. That order that I read was September. So her child was already evicted from the house. Her child was already evicted. So why is she still there? It was all a con on the courts. It was all a con on the courts. So she had all the paperwork that said, oh, I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to protect these children. It was all a con to a perjury and a con on the courts to get these children, to keep them from going into foster care. If she would have just let them go into foster care, all these children would be alive, healthy, and being able to start working on their trauma. Billy Joe stole that away from them. She stole it away from them. And she continues to not do what's right by her grandchildren. She was the same piece of shit mom that Leilani is. So in order for her to condemn what Leilani has done, she would have to condemn what she has done. And she's too narcissistic to admit that she was wrong. I meet a lot of people that are narcissistic and can't admit when they're doing wrong. I've got friends that are narcissistic and can't admit when they're doing wrong. Friends that I'm not talking to hardly right now because they're too narcissistic and can't admit when they do something wrong. Thank you. And then for the police chief didn't just say that this is not about Quinton for us. He has really dumped over the apple cart, because this is nothing but justice for Quinton. And when I mean justice, I'm going to make everybody's life a living hell until justice is served. And that's my rights to do, whether they like it or not. I can blow them up with record requests. I can be the pimple on the ass of that entire county. And I can do it lawfully. And there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And they're going to still be required to respond to me. But getting back to Danny, I do believe he's got culpability here. He knew that they were being abused. He did not report the abuse. He did not stop the abuse. Just like Billy Joe, they are all helping each other out to avoid responsibility at the detriment of a 20-month-old child. And a police chief that doesn't give a squat about this 20-month-old child. He cares more about protecting these convicts than he does about protecting the rights of this child and the rights of the people that are pissed off that he's done nothing with these people that have abused these children, multiple children. Can you imagine, like, there's a 4-month-old baby and you've got an abusive woman and there's a 4-month-old baby. What kind of abuse did that 4-month-old baby be subjected to? And she can't even talk. How many times was she bruised and battered and nobody even knew because nobody took her to the hospital? Nobody else put a spotlight on her. What was the point of that if they are all prepared to act against her? Yeah. I don't know who you're actually referring by nobody, but we put a spotlight on all of them. And, the people that are putting spotlights on me, it doesn't really matter because you know what they're doing? Because I'm coming out with the truth, they're trying everything they can. But see, the problem is that another garbage creator has waterboarded the entire YouTube community about me, that they've already seen this stuff literally 100 times or more. Like, it has no sensitive value to it, no shock value to it whatsoever, because it's already been seen by everyone on YouTube, by thousands upon thousands of people. The problem here is people are now realizing the goods that you were selling back then when you were waterboarding them was bunk and garbage. And you were trying to drive a narrative that I'm some type of criminal that hasn't been in trouble for over a decade, yet you actually bring criminals out to desecrate Quinton Simon's home when you brought those crackheads that didn't even know his name. Didn't even know his name. Didn't bring one flyer. Didn't even bring a toy for his memorial. Nothing. Nothing. They brought their phones and a bullhorn. Bitches, you can't be Bullhorn Betty. You can have a bullhorn in your face and in your hand all you want, and you still can't be me. And it kills you. And I get it. And you guys keep saying, why is she growing? Why are people listening to her? Because I bring the shit, baby. And I don't mind going and getting it. I'm not asking permission. I'm not sitting in my home. I'm getting out there on the streets and finding out the information that you failed to do. Even mainstream media. If you guys were worth your salt, you would have everything I had. And you damn sure wouldn't be backing up the police chief. That's what we're hearing. Maybe it's time. We never protested there. We never protested Hawkins County Police Department, but that's a corrupt entity too. His son actually, let's put this in. We had the Sherfries, right? The son, the junior, and he had some images on his computer and was now images. Didn't act on them, didn't touch a person, didn't violate a young child or anything like that, but had some disgusting photos that he was probably, kind of working in his privacy. Disgusting, absolutely illegal. He should have been brought to justice. He was. He got 8 years for having photos. Then you have the police chief, Ronnie Lawson's son, abusing young children at church in the most sacred place you could possibly do something with a child at, under just a complete utter disgrace, actually performing the act. He gets 20 years that's reduced to 1 year in his father's jail. And now, mind you, Sherfried, which only had images, is doing 8. This is the type of corruption that we are getting sick and tired of. This is the type of cronyism that we are getting sick and tired of across this country. Politicians and law enforcement are not above the law. And quite frankly, I believe an internal investigation needs to be done in this very situation, because he actually went out and performed the act. 1 year in jail, and I heard somebody said that he was already out of jail, and if he is, I'm telling you, I'm going to be sick to my stomach. I'm sure they have him. They have all the evidence they need to arrest Leilani for past abuse. All of it. The FBI has it. The state police has it. And this police chief has it. Why he's allowing them to buy time. Everybody's like, oh, because they know she's going to go away for life. No, she's not. No, she's not. Not with what they're going to have for evidence. They're going to have a bag of bones. They're literally going to have a bag of bones. This police chief doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He is not protecting the citizens of his county. You get the bad guys off the street. You don't get the good guys that are pissed off that you're not taking the bad guys off the street and throw them in jail. That's an oxymoron. Everybody coming in, don't forget to hit the like button. Again, we're here. We're kind of just back in Florida, working hard behind the scenes so our next trip goes on without a hitch. We will not be publicizing our next trip. Actually, you won't even see us until we're already there and gone. And I don't want any problems with this police chief. I really don't. But if he's going to pull this same shit and violate my rights again, we're going to have bigger problems, and I will set up shop there, and they will have to arrest me. And then when they start getting lawsuits after lawsuits for violating my rights and falsely arresting me, then when I come home and I have a big paycheck, I don't want to hear people bitching about how I had to sue a county and now I have all this money. It's because they violated my rights, knowingly violating my rights, and they got sued. And it may take 2 to 5 years to get this suit done and over with. It'll have to take that. I don't care. I'm in it for the long haul. You don't get to violate people's rights and think you walk away without any harm whatsoever. There is an attorney that will take this case and that will be very good at whatever it is that I need to get done. So I'm going to ask law enforcement back up, get off my neck. Get off my neck. I have every right to be there in a professional and personal capacity, period. And I'm not a fucking parade, by the way. I'm one person. Not getting a permit. I don't need a permit to be there by myself. If you're gonna try to justify to a judge that you arrested me because I didn't pull a parade permit for one person, she's gonna laugh you the fuck out of the courtroom. And sorry, I'm dropping the F-bomb so much. I usually don't cuss like that on my morning shows, but this has got me hot under the collar, and the injustice I have. Like they have violated me. It's sickening. Well, Nikki, I would call, I don't know, call some attorneys, call some, they have some legal aid out there. I'd call legal aid. And I'd get you some suitable, because the bottom line is you just have to have suitable conditions. He's got to have his own bed, most likely. You got to be able to have running water, use the restroom, a little hot plate to cook some food on, have food there. As long as you're meeting all those things, they should not be able to take those children from you. Now, the eviction, what maybe is the suitable living is what they're probably concerned about. But again, why are they coming after you for being evicted when she was beating the shit out of her kids and nobody was coming for them? Why were they getting so much special treatment in this area? Why? Because they are getting special treatment, folks. They are without a doubt getting special treatment, and we need to find out why. So I want you guys to, we know that this police chief, what his name is, we know where he's worked before. I want everything that you guys can possibly get on this police chief and send it to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com through Messenger, whatever. I don't care. I want whatever you guys can. We're gonna take a deep dive. I'm gonna start putting this up on my murder board, and we're gonna start connecting the dots as to why this family is getting so many benefits of the doubt in this case. They should be in jail. They've lied under oath. They've lied about the abuse. They've lied to the courts. They've abused these children. They've used drugs in front of these children. Every freaking photo I find has bruises on these children, but you can't find one charge to lock the bitch up with. Okay, police chief, if you can't find one charge after this litany of evidence, you are definitely not worth your salt. You are a waste of taxpayer money, period. You are a waste of space in the police department if you can't find one charge to charge her with. This would have merit. It would be in good faith. She abused these children and you're letting her walk. Ugh. Just a piece of shit. This is a good reason why we do not defund our police. You know, it's not about the day stuff. It's when shit like this happens, when you have a major case going on in your community and you don't even have enough money to run that case. Sounds so good when you say defund the police, they're corrupt, they're horrible, this, that, and the other. Yeah, you're right. But how are they supposed to investigate a 20-month-old baby's murder and disappearance without funds to do so? Stupid. Whatever idiot came up with this just needs to be taken behind the bar and shown a few things. Sounds so good on paper until you have a 20-month-old missing and you can't even go look for him without robbing a child fund. No, this was pooled. This is not photoshopped, and it has been confirmed through MetaTab. So you can take this and shove it, slap up your ass. You don't know what you're talking about, and any photo you have is the one that's being photoshopped, removing these bruises from this baby. I absolutely received this. This is an original photo, dumbass. An original, because I know exactly where it came from. I don't Photoshop, nor have I ever. Don't you ever come on my channel disseminating garbage like that again. Ever. You don't know where this photo came from. I collected it myself. You have no place on YouTube with all your lies and your thuggery. I do too. I didn't know that at first. I do too. But yeah. It seems like FBI are tiptoeing a lot of cases ever since they got caught hiding evidence for Hunter Biden. Well, I can tell you that this here probably doesn't have anybody that was associated with the Hunter Biden stuff, but the FBI does have kind of a, you know, people don't trust them as much as they once did. But I do believe that these, the FBI, you know, your normal run-of-the-mill, again, you got top brass at the FBI and the field workers. And the field workers, I have to say, are really good. You know, with this whole police chief and everything here, we do have some good cops. The good cops don't want to come back because they're being strong-armed by their police chief to do something about us, the ones that aren't doing anything wrong, because he just doesn't want us there because we're exposing an awful lot. And whether he agrees with what we're exposing or not, we're still allowed to collect the information. We're still allowed to be investigative journalists. We're still allowed to bring the information we find to our audience. I don't have to ask his permission to do so. If something is you know, whatever they call the court order to stop people from saying stuff, my brain's running blank. But, you know, an order to shut up, unless it's that or I'm not supposed to have it by court order. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. But everything I've been collecting, I'm entitled to, and I'm allowed to look in, and I'm allowed to talk to people that aren't under a gag order. That's what it is, gag order. I'm not under a gag order. I can do whatever the hell I want to do. There's no judge that says, hey, you can't look into this because it goes to the direct integrity of the investigation. If it's readily available and I'm acting in my professional capacity, then yes, I'm going to find it and I'm going to expose it. Because at the end of the day, law enforcement already has it and it has failed to act on it. That's not my fault. That's theirs. That's theirs. But this child was abused, and to date, not one person has been held accountable for either Zane's abuse or Quinton's abuse. And again, God knows what happened to Sky. She couldn't even talk. But you can't tell me that 2 children were abused, but the 3rd one wasn't. I don't know. That's what it's smelling like. But, I keep thinking, no, I just think that this law enforcement is just, he's disgusting. He's disgusting. He has no business to wear a badge. I'm pretty sure many law agencies across this country denounce his type of law and order. You throw the good guys. He thinks that it's okay. You actually arrest somebody for blocking a driveway, but not for abusing a child. Leilani has not been arrested one time for the abuse of these children, but Dolly got arrested for protecting someone. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. I know, and I still don't have my roof tarped. And these idiots are trying to say, oh, she's got a roof. No, I don't. You know what roof is, right? What a roof consists of? It consists of shingles. I have not a stitch of shingles on my roof. My roof blew off. And I was very specific about my roof. I said the wood's still here, and so is the felt paper. The rest of the roof is gone. That is a true statement. And if I find anybody over here messing around in my area, you guys will, if you guys have been here, you know damn well there's a Bradenton police officer that lives right next door to me across the street. And if you look directly across the street from my driveway, you'll see cameras from my neighbor's house pointing directly to my house. And then right next to me is a grumpy old retiree that keeps a shotgun by his front door. And a very good friend of mine, by the way. So you want to come over here, monkey fucking around? Come on over. And a sheriff that has no problem throwing your asses in jail. Right? I know, but that's not going to happen. I don't understand why they're buying baby items for, it's almost like nursery items. I'm asking, is Leilani pregnant? Everybody's saying, well, I don't know if she's pregnant. I don't know if she's pregnant. Well, somebody needs to find out. Somebody needs to find out quick, because they're putting some stuff on a wish list. And I'm sitting here thinking, why is a family concerned about wish list items, but not concerned about where their missing loved one is? Oh, but hey, let me get some little boy wish list. Do you think Quinton's coming home? Because if you think Quinton's coming home, explain to me why you haven't put one missing person flyer up, and why the only missing person flyers in the county of Chatham was brought by Bullhorn Betty. Explain that to me. I'd like to know. That's for sure. For real, for real. I'd like to know. So, anyways, I'm going to give a few minutes. We're right at 3 hours. Well, 2 hours, 40 minutes. Trying to decide whether I'm going to open this phone line up, but I just don't want to deal. I don't want to deal with the phone lines, and I don't want to deal with the haters coming on this channel and trying to thwart what we're doing, because they absolutely are not getting my attention. So they're going to try to get their clout every way they can. They're going to try to come out with all this stuff about me. They're going to tear this video apart, but don't worry. This video is also going to be downloaded and sent to the copyright office. Just wait, kids. $62.50 a day is what it costs me to run this business, to make sure everything is done lawfully and legally. And when I start getting the registration numbers in, you bet your ass these channels are going to start listening. You can't assert fair use and run an entire video. That's not fair use. It specifically states on every single video on YouTube, from YouTube, about fair use. You can't do that. So whoever's putting in your mind that if you stop it every few seconds and talk about it, that covers you under fair use is a jackass. And that's why you don't listen to these people that have no idea how the law works. They're going to get you. You're going to end up losing your channel because you only get 3 strikes. And I'm not going to start doing this until I make sure each person has at least 3 strikes. I'm not going to hit you with 1 strike or 2 strike. I'm going to make sure that when I hit you, I'm going to have all my paperwork, my copyrighted paperwork, and I'm going to make sure you're hit 3 times. So this is your warning. I'm not going to have you sit here and steal my work that I paid for and make money off of it while you slander me. I'm not going to do it anymore. If I got to pay $62.50 to have every single one of my videos copyrighted, I will do just that. I will win in the game in the end. All I'm saying is leave me the hell alone, quit stealing my content, and get off your lazy ass and go get your own. I think there's more to it than that, because I heard Officer Sergeant Cartwright had some kind of association with either Leilani or Billy Joe. And so there's that. So there is ties to this police department and these prostitutes, period. And that's what they need to be referred to, prostitutes, because that's what they are. Billy Joe and Leilani are prostitutes. That's how they got their money for drugs. It's how they've been acting for the last however long. Danny has sent her off to go make money in that way for their drugs. So this idea that Leilani and her mother are not still prostitutes is ludicrous. Leilani has been selling her body to pay for her drug habit for a very long time. Her mother knows it, and her boyfriend knows it. And we know it. And now you know it. And law enforcement's known it. And some of these law enforcement men have Leilani and Billy Joe in their contacts on their personal cell phones. That's a problem for me. Because they're not applying the law equally. That's going to be another constitutional matter that they're going to have to address. If they don't come up to any other news organization but the Bullhorn Betty channel and question them as to why they're doing that, that's still applying the law. They're not applying the law equally. And like I said, I've proven my press credentials. I've proven that this is my only way I'm making money. This is my bread and butter. I've sold articles. I've sold photos. I've sold clips around the world. That, again, solidifies myself as a freelance photojournalist. Absolutely. And that's what I do. I record everything and photograph everything. Oh, and we did get, I forgot about this. We did get that's not that. Hold on, guys. I did get a response. They finally started, that's right. Can't believe I forgot. Holy crap. So we do have a response from Chatham County with my records requests. Hold on here. There we go. Come on. Oops, I didn't want to go out of that. Damn it. Hold on, let me go back. There we go. I forgot I had my been verified for prostitute number 1, which is Billy Ho. Where is Chatham County? Oh, and Chris Hines, the one that wants to send me all this horrible emails. When you send me horrible emails, I'm entitled to say your name online. Just saying. Where is it? Hold on. I know I got it here somewhere. Record. There we go. Okay, so we do have some stuff coming in from Marsha. Let me go ahead and put her name up here. Good afternoon. Please fill out the attached. It costs $8.21 to send those records. Okay, U.S. Press, blah, 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 Buckhalter, 10. So here's my 911 request. And they have not sent me a bill or anything. Attached are the reports. So here we got some reports coming in. Oh, they even gave me the incident for the possible kidnap on the, pull this up. I didn't think they were going to release this. I got to be honest with you. So here it is. This is the Chatham County Incident Report. This is the missing person residence. It was reported by Leilani Marie. She's 22, date of birth 1999, Buckhalter. So they have an unknown tag number, VIN number of a Jeep, black in color. 9300 Georgia. It has the VIN number for a 2015 Dodge Journey, a 2011 Chevy Colorado, and a 2010 Nissan Armada. And it just simply says on October 5th, 2022 at approximately 9:42. So not 9:30, 9:42. So this child had even been missing a lot longer than we had anticipated. They didn't make the report until 9:42, according to this. While on uniform patrol in Chatham County, I was dispatched to 535 Buckhalter Road in reference to a possible kidnapping. My BWC was activated, and I think that was his body camera. All right, this one was for a battery incident with Paul Simon. Okay, the victim supposedly was Paul Simon. The offender's name was John Vadyn, Vadynn, and he was at 170 Buckhalter Road. And on August 16, 2021, at approximately 2318, that's 11:18 at night, I was dispatched to 535 Buckhalter Road in Chatham County in Georgia for a disorderly person. Upon arrival, I spoke to the complainant, Paul Simon, about the incident with his friend John, which is known as Buck, and the nanny Beth Hill. Paul stated that they were outside by the pool drinking alcoholic beverages when John and Beth started talking about John's deceased mother. Paul stated they got into a verbal argument and eventually John wanted to leave the residence. Paul stated Beth did not want John to leave on his moped because John was intoxicated and a physical altercation occurred between John and Beth. Paul stated after the physical altercation occurred, John and Beth argued for an hour about him leaving before John grabbed Beth. Paul stated he intervened by grabbing John to keep him from hitting Beth. Paul stated John and he ended up on the ground, and this was when John struck Paul in the face 3 or 4 times with his fist. Paul stated John did kick him in the face while he was still on the ground, and his left cheek appeared to be swollen from physical altercation. Paul suffered a small laceration on the top right thumb that occurred while fighting John. Pictures were taken of Paul's injuries and attached in the report. John was not on the scene to be interviewed. Case number card was given to Paul for the incident, but did not want to press charges for the altercation with her, or John and her. And did not want to provide personal information. Paul was given instructions on how to pursue an arrest for John. Oh yeah, the arrest for John, you'd have to pay $75, bud. And make sure you bring a recording, because they don't listen to anybody unless you have a recording of it. You can have 15 witnesses, but unless you have a recording, Chatham County Police Department won't do a damn thing but collect your $75. So that was the reporting officer was Randall Noble. And the approving officer was Dave Golightly. I haven't heard of these people. Maybe this is a correct in its entirety report, but my experience with Chatham County Police, they just do whatever the hell they want to do, and they put whatever the hell they want to in these reports. Disorderly conduct. This is another one at the residence, and the victim. There was no victim's name in here, but the offender was FNU and Lenu, I don't know. It was a white female. They don't have her name right, or an address on here, right? So this entire report is already funky on its face. On October 18th at 12:30 in the afternoon, I was dispatched to Buckhalter for a disorderly person. The complainant advised that there were 10 to 12 subjects outside calling him a killer, and advised that they are on their property. Yes, there were people out there calling him a killer on October 14th. Bullhorn Betty was not one of those people. So here's only one of the incidences at Buckhalter Road. So I have requested the last 10 years as of the October 21st. So now I've got to do additional reports to find out what was additionally done at that house, so we can discuss those cases. So I have not received the calls. I have provided them the request for calls, and they're trying to charge me for the records, which I will pay, because this is a broke county. But there should be some portions of it. There should be some portions of this that are covered, like a half hour, but they're probably not going to apply the law equally to me, because they're assholes in Chatham County. You're not getting that on your mainstream media. Just saying. Just saying. So let's see. Let's go through some more. They might take her baby shortly after she has one. Really? Because her first child was born cocaine positive. Her second child was born cocaine positive. And her third child was born cocaine positive. And none of those children were taken. I have no faith in this county to do their job. None. Because right now, they're too busy pointing the fingers at YouTubers. YouTubers caused this. YouTubers made her kill her baby and throw it away like garbage. YouTubers made the police chief call her as a suspect, but never arresting her. YouTubers are supposed to turn their face whenever they see abuse of power. YouTubers are responsible because the community rose up and said they have had enough of this police chief's bullshit. It's YouTubers' fault for everything, don't you know? It's the damn YouTubers. It's not them. It's not the condition that the environment that they have created in that town. It's not them. It's not their fault. They didn't do this. It's everybody else. It's everybody else. It's those damn YouTubers. It's those damn YouTubers. Okay. Well, while you're pointing the finger at the YouTubers are going to be exposing the hell out of you, because we know your mainstream media refuses to. I don't have to kiss your ass, nor will I. Nor will I. Journalism it's only courtesy that journalism and journalists respect you. It's only courtesy. And I only afford that courtesy to the people that afford it to me. So since you have made it your position that I'm not welcome, well, I'm media. Whether I'm welcome or not, I'm going to be there. That's what I said. If the police chief really lived where they were partying, more than likely he goes to the same bars and was hooking up with either of them or both. Yeah, it's possible. I'm telling you, there's something that stinks to high heaven. I mean, if nothing more, there is the appearance of impropriety here. There is at least the appearance of impropriety. And for those reasons, I think that this is a conflict of interest to have that police chief continuing down this rabbit hole, because he's not doing anything for this child. He's lying to the public. The public knows he's lying to them. And they're just hoping, well, if he just dots his I's across the sea, well, when he does do all that, we'll believe him. But I don't believe shit he's got. He is the reason why this entire case is derailed, right? They knew about the landfill, but didn't stop the landfill, didn't say, hey, start putting everything on a different size, leave this area alone, let it be, just ignore it until we can get back to it. No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. He actually enabled this entire family to get away with this by leaving that child out there, knowing that by the time they get to that child, he would be a bag of bones. Because they knew of this landfill on October 6th, but did not even decide to go out there or start coordinating until October 16th. 10 days later, that boy was gone by then. If they would have started this process on October 6th, guess what? They wouldn't have nearly as much trash to go through as they do right now. The probability of finding this boy would have been gone up greatly. And they screwed this entire case up, and we exposed it, and now it's all YouTubers' fault. I don't know about that, and I'd have to look into it. But, you know, there's a lot of things that people say happen that when you look at stuff and see it, it's not what they say. It's not what they say. Again, Karen, thank you. I know you'll be watching. I'm drinking out of the good morning bitches cup. Get your hot cup of Joe. Maybe I'll design something like this for you guys. Good morning, bitches. With the stamp Bullhorn Betty. Right? So, who's Charles Sykes? I guess people are asking. Miss Robin, I agree 1,000%. He knows more than he's saying. Everybody in the house does. I don't care what anybody says. Every single person in that house. Paul is guilty. Tom is guilty. Billy Joe is guilty. Danny's guilty. The neighbors that watch those little boys run up and down that road. In all fairness, I mean, I'm not, you know, people in the South, people in the country, they mind their own business, you know, and that's the problem, because we're as this world turns, it gets more and more depraved and gets more and more disgusting. It gets more and more depraved and more disgusting. The idea that we can just mind our own business this day and age when it comes to these types of situations is crazy. If you see a kid unattended walking down the street once, okay, that's a mistake. Maybe don't call it in. You see it twice, maybe it's time to say, hey, you know, we're sick of seeing your kids out here. If I see your kids out here one more time unattended, I'm calling it in myself. That's how I would have done it. I would have went over there the second time I saw that child out in that front yard unattended and let them know, if I see this child out in this front yard unattended one more time, I am calling law enforcement myself. Do you understand? This is all you're going to get. This is the most respect you're going to get from me in this matter. Most. Yeah, guys, if you guys haven't gone over to the Bullhorn Betty Facebook group, please do. There's been a lot of information dropped in there. I haven't even been able to see it. I've been so busy. And when I got back, I slept. You can ask Justice for All. He's been chatting with me. Marissa's been chatting with me. Olivia's been calling. She called me last night at like 8:30, and I didn't even hear the phone ring. I was sleeping. I was so freaking tired. I had 2 missed calls last night, and both of them were like within an hour apart, and I was out. I was assed out. I didn't even hear the phone ring. Well, the phone's on silent anyways, but I didn't even. Usually I'm on the phone so much that when people are calling in, I catch the calls. But either way. And since I've been home, I dumped everything in my living room. I pulled everything. I have to tell you guys, I'm not this ultra organized, ultra clean, person. I mean, my office is probably the dirtiest thing in my house because it's got all the paperwork and all the stuff I need to grab and stuff like that. I got all my books in my on my bookshelf and just paperwork, cords and lights and all this stuff. So this is probably like my messiest area, and I can handle this mess because it's an organized mess. But I can't stand my kitchen. I can't stand the kitchen being gross. It's got to be clean because that's where I prepare my food. And I can't stand my car being completely unorganized. It like if I can't find something when I need to find it, because I'm just always so tight on time. So when I'm doing something, I got to find what I need right now. And with my car, I was literally out of sorts because every time I went to look in that car, I couldn't find shit. It was so packed with so much crap that I couldn't find the stuff that I needed. It was starting to get here. So the first thing I did when I got home is I literally grabbed everything out of the truck, everything, and brought it into my living room. So everything's still sitting in my living room a couple days later, right? So I've got to go and clean up the living room. I got to start getting the clothes washed because you guys know I had over a month's worth of clothes. And of course, with Dolly, he's got to have his, if it can't be the real stuff, he's got to have his Delta 8, Delta 9, or Delta 10 and 11, or not Delta 9, but Delta 8, Delta 10, or Delta 11. So you can imagine the smell of my car when he was riding with me. And I can still, I don't smoke in my vehicle. Dolly better know that he's like a friend because I have never smoked in my car, ever. I don't like cigarette smoke in my car. I don't like any smoke in my car. My car has been a virgin to smoke since I've owned it. And he'd get in it because he didn't want any problems from law enforcement, even though his stuff was legal, but he knows how law enforcement was. He'd get in there and smoke his shit and stink up my entire car. So I finally got most of it out, and I got some Febreze clips. So my car is going to smell beautiful again, right? I still got to get it over to the mechanic. I haven't had a chance to get it over there because I've been getting much needed rest. But you guys got to admit, I look much better. You guys saw those bags were like getting down into the cheekbones, like literally. Like I had one that literally went straight down, and it was absolutely horrible. But you can see my black eyes are back up to where they're supposed to be, right up here, right? So I'm very thankful for that. I'm thankful I have little bags again. I'm thankful for the little bags again. I literally told Olivia it was going to take me next to a month to get these bags away. But after 2 days of much needed rest, the bags are back up where they need to be. So we're very thankful for that. Lots of rest, right? You can see the glow on my face because I'm fully rested finally. I was not getting the sleep that I needed out there doing the work that I was doing. And of course, it was stressful. It's kind of like taking on the system. It was so corrupt, and they were literally trying everything they could to take the YouTubers out. And they know that we're covered under press. I mean, every single law I've read here covered. And not only that, but I also looked at the Constitution. Like, I didn't realize that in 2017, it was stated that social media is now a public forum, according to the Supreme Court. So if it's a public forum, then that means all the stuff on it is considered news. If this is a public forum for distribution of news and other publications, then yeah, we're media. And that's according to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So, this idea that, and not only that, but I went further and made sure that I'm properly credentialed. I made sure that I've sold and made sure that this is my primary business. So I rise to that threshold of media and press. So this idea that I'm not is crazy. Now, whether they like what kind of press I put out or whether they don't, they like my raunchy style or they don't get to pick and choose. They don't get to pick and choose what comes out of my mouth. And that's the problem I'm having. They're trying to pick and choose and trying to strong arm me to parrot their narrative. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I will not lower myself to that. If mainstream media doesn't want to have integrity, that's fine. They've already lost their way a long time ago. That's what made YouTube so powerful, is because people are tired of watching the news and being lied to all the time, being parroted of their public officials. We want independent journalism, independent, free-thinking journalism. That's not what we're getting out there in America today. I am more pressed than they are because they parrot whatever a government official tells them to parrot. They don't do any research on it. They don't do any fact-finding on it. They don't do any investigative reporting anymore. When have you ever heard? I mean, back in the day when I was growing up, you had every single news station had an investigative reporter to tell you what was true and what wasn't true, and they presented the facts and they presented their opinion. We lost that somewhere. There is no investigative journalism out there anymore unless you come to these places on social media to get it. It's sick. It's sick. And we did it to ourselves. We did it to ourselves. We allowed the news media to be the propaganda machines for politicians. And then you have people like the true crime industry. Now, granted, we're not even in, like, we can't even talk about politics on YouTube still, unless we want to have a completely 100% unmonetizable channel. We're not allowed to have opinions on politics still on YouTube. But I am allowed to have an opinion on cases. And that's what I do. I think they found him. They aren't going to release it. I don't know if they found him. I mean, you got to think of what is required to find him. Give me just a second. I'm gonna play some music for you guys just real quick. I'm gonna take my camera off, and then we're gonna have a conversation about this very thing. So just sit tight, and I'll be right back. Well, I'll keep on here with you guys until I get some music up. Because I need music. Like I could put, maybe that's what I'll do, but it's too long. Let me just do something else. I got something for you. Sit back, folks. We need something. I like Retribution, to be honest with you. Sound effect started. Okay, I'll do this one. It's only 3 minutes. You guys got 3 minutes. Take a break, get refreshers. We're going on hour 4. We're in the bottom of the 3rd hour. We're moving on to the 4th hour. I need a little bit of a break. I'm not out in the sun sweating like I was. So when I drink crap, guess what? I got to pee. So this is my pee break. You guys take a pee break too. We'll be right back.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate, every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who banned it, being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast, I can roast, I can gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious, mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior, inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag, I want you to hear words, you can say them back, I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help, I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit, I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Because we're making a freaking statement, aren't we? Perfect song.
That's for you to take away. You can play a million mind games, but instead of say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go. Make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up. No, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it. I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a Gemini that for several ages of bacon. Modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
All myself, baby.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
And make a statement, mother. Right? So that was that. Thank you guys for sitting by. I'm glad we got a little break here. I had to pee. Something bad. Not that you need to know my personal stuff, but let's talk about this. So they're talking about finding, and let's talk about the process that goes along with finding a body. You can't just, they can't just find. They have to find the parts, but they can't just collect the parts from my understanding. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the coroner still has to come out there and get the baby parts, the bones and teeth and skull or whatever's left of them, because we don't know what's left of them. We don't know what's left of them. But, it would be I would think that the coroner would still have to go out there and pick that up, because that's still human remains, and they're the ones that are required to collect the human remains. That's their job. So, but with the FBI out there and this being like fragments, possibly, I mean, we just don't know. We really don't know. I mean, he was so small that even with all that compacting, he may not have, it may not have broke him, because he was so, small and limp, and, he may have, you never know. You never know. In one of those blocks of things, he might be right there in the middle and preserved because of the way it was compacted. I mean, stranger things have happened, folks. It really has. Stranger things have happened. We had one person, it was, I can't remember, it was on another crime story that was covered. I don't know if we covered it or not, but this person actually did something where I want to say they did concrete, but I don't think it was just concrete. I think it was like lye or something like that. They were actually putting on the body that was supposed to break it down, and actually preserved it. I mean, it was something really crazy. And so the whole entire impression of this person was actually captured, and they were able to remove it and show the entire impression. So some things that people do thinking it's going to help destroy evidence actually helps preserve it. So, you never know. Everybody's expecting this to I don't know. How can they make other people pay for doing their dumb job? It's because people put these people in office. And at the end of the day, we, the people, are the ones that pay their paycheck. So when they screw up, guess who pays that? We, the people. So the people of Chatham County are on the hooks for all these violations. All these violations. Well, we're asking. I don't want to be suing Chatham County Police Department. I got better things to be doing. But if you think you're going to keep continuing to violate my rights, you're going to get a lawsuit. Period. I mean, I've got enough for a lawsuit literally right now. A multi-million-dollar lawsuit literally right now. Right now. And all I'm going to tell the chief right now is I don't want to sue you. I don't want to sue you because you don't know your ass from your elbow. Because I know that this is going to be levied upon your citizens. But I will. I'm telling him right now, I don't care what you do with other people, but you're going to stay the fuck away from me. You're going to let me do my job. And you're going to have to deal with it. I do my job lawfully and legally. And no matter who is out there outrageous and doing things unlawfully, it is not me. It is not the people I was with. Most of the chaos came at night with more passionate people getting off work and things of that nature. But still, the things that they did were so insignificant that it didn't rise to the level of anybody being arrested. The only people that should have been arrested out there is that lady, Eileen, whatever you want to call her. She admitted to trying to run over people with her car, and you arrested somebody that was protecting people because you were too stupid not to have somebody out there after 50 freaking calls. I shouldn't have to pay the Chatham County Police Department to protect us out there. If you're getting 50 calls, it's time for you to station a patrol car out there and monitor the situation like every other county we go to. Quit blaming it on us and start blaming it on the people that it deserves to be blamed on. And that's the people that come there for disruption and for the chaos. And it wasn't us. I may not like you, but I kept my stuff on my TV, on my channel. I talk shit about you on my channel. I'm not out there throwing rocks at people's windows. I'm not out there violently protesting. I'm out there running a show. And people that were out there protesting, yes, I have partake in some of the protests. I have held signs that said justice for Quinton in my personal capacity, and I'm allowed to do so. And I don't need a freaking application to say I'm a parade when I'm not a freaking parade. Nobody coordinated anything out there. Nobody has been on the phone with anybody saying, hey, come meet me out here. Let's do a protest. No, we show up. I hold my sign. If others want to join, they can. There's nothing coordinated about it. I am not going to apply for a parade that doesn't fucking exist. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. And each person that's out there is independent of the other person because there's no connection. If they want to come in there in their own individual capacity and hold up a sign, that does not constitute a parade or coordination. We don't skirt the law, police chief. We follow it. That's what is expected of me, and that's what I expect of you and your officers as well. We will be back out there when we will be harassed by law enforcement again. But again, I don't want to sue them. But if I go out there a second time and they start hindering my rights as media, then yeah, we're probably going to move forward. I can tell you that. We will probably move forward. But this time I'm going to be going 100% in my professional capacity, and I'm not going to be there in a personal capacity in any way. I don't want there to be any misconstrued lines for law enforcement as to what I'm there for. And I will be acting in my capacity as media and a photojournalist, i.e. using my phone, my camera, and recording and videographer and photos. And I will stay out there as long as it takes for me to do and complete my assignment. Do you know if that state will put sentences on hold for expecting mothers? I have no idea. Georgia, I can tell you the laws are different from county to county. Sheriff from sheriff, police chief from police chief does not run these counties the same. It is crazy. It is crazy. But to think that some kind of stupid ordinance trumps freedom of press, I find it laughable. But he knew that when he put that up. He knew that when he put that up. He put that up for his people, not me, because I'm way too smart for their shenanigans. And they know I will legally challenge these things. I will legally challenge them. And I know that their legal counsel told them that this is not going to pass muster if it's legally challenged. So the police chief knows that. He knew that going into this. He didn't care. He didn't care. He just wants whatever's going on with his people, his Chatham County residents, to stop. And it did. Like, you got your Chatham County residents so scared of you locking them up for exercising their First Amendment to the Constitution that it's sickening. But don't worry. Let me see a BLM protest down there, and you guys are okay for all that. But a protest for a 20-month-old child, you're not okay with. Let me see that. Because let me tell you, the Black Lives Matter are in support of this initiative. They absolutely are. I met a few people from the Black Lives Matter movement out there. So don't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about and that we're not allowed to do that. Because if that's the case, then I'll just get the Black Lives Matter people out there to help protect us from you. They don't like baby killers either. Problem is this is not really their cup of tea, right? But I'm pretty sure they will help us. Well, it seemed that they were there an awful lot, but there were several affidavits. I asked for 10 years of the incident calls. They gave me 3. They've only been in the house for 2 years. But there's no way that in 10 years there's only been 3 calls. There's no way. There's just no way. So I'm going to find out what's going on. We're going to add that record request again, because I want it from the 14th. It came in on the 21st. And I know there's been a lot more calls out there from the 14th through the 21st that they failed to apply. It's a violation of FOIA. It's a violation of FOIA. I know. Not YouTubers, hecklers, shaking my, I know. They call us hecklers. This is my business. So they're, not only that, but when he came out and said that this was a money-making scheme and blamed YouTubers, primarily me and Dolly, that was slanderous. That was libel, and that was absolutely untrue. Not one time has that police chief or any officer out there asked us, except one. One officer asked what I was doing there, and I told him. I came here looking for a 20-month-old child, and the day after I came into town, we found out that the mother killed this child, named a primary suspect on double probation, had a history of being violent toward these children, history of using drugs in front of these children, and this woman is still out of jail. That has sparked my curiosity and has made me stay. I would have been out of there literally within 5 days had this police chief done his job. Had this police chief, so clearly this police chief doesn't want to do his job. He's too busy coddling this family, acting like this family is going to help his voting record, help him get appointed. Like, we will make the connection here. We will definitely make the connection here. But there's definitely the hint of impropriety here. And just the optics of impropriety should be enough to have him removed. But it's not, because you got a corrupt system here. And that's what we're fighting, this corrupt system. What I'd like whatever police chief that replaces this police chief Hadley to apply the law equally to all its citizens, not just some. Not to pick and choose which laws are enforced to which community members in their community. And that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. And this whole deal of falsifying affidavits, that's going to get you in a lot of trouble. And it's going to cause a big ripple effect in your judicial system as we start exposing it. And we will expose it, police chief, because it happened. It happened while I was there. And I just happened to be a media professional that has a large viewing population here. 2,000 people maintained for almost 4 hours in my chat. Right now, we are up to, how many people have viewed this thus far? 14,000 views. We have had 14,000 views already on this show today. 14,000. And we're not done yet. And I'm in Florida. So I'm going to talk all the mad shit I can about this police chief, because I've got his audience from Savannah, Georgia watching. And they need to know this stuff. And they need to know what they can do to protect themselves. And believe me, we're going back. We have not given up on Quint. We have not given up on our cause. We have not given up on the truth. We are not going to be fighting like these other piece of shit YouTubers fighting over Billy Joe's attention. We're not going to support baby killers or baby abusers on this channel. Not doing it. I don't need that kind of click or that kind of view on this channel. I don't. I would never. What has Cher ever once accomplished by being sideways with these families? The first time I saw her was when she turned on Don Wells, right? And then she was finally able to come back and say, oh, I never believed him. You know, we were just trying to get as much information as possible. Well, why did you do it? Why did you have to go to it that way? Do you honestly believe that Billy Joe is being truthful with you? That you honestly believe that she's being honest with you? No, she's not. She keeps telling you Leilani is not there and Leilani's run off with Danny. She's lying to you. How do we know that? Because we were boots on the ground. We have so many eyes out there in Savannah, Georgia. I'm getting called now already with their moves. Who's at what store when? And I'm sitting here in Florida. Cher ain't got no kind of shit like that. Cabbage has no kind of shit like that. Tight Shirt has no kind of shit like that. They're getting second, third, fourth hand information. We're getting first hand. Big difference. Big difference. Yes, renewed and refreshed. I'm ready for the battle. I'm ready for the battle. But like I said, you know what? We're going to reach out an olive branch to this law enforcement body and basically tell them to, you know, we're going to be acting in a professional capacity and to stay the hell out of our way. I'm not going to sit here and have a, you know, that's as much of an olive branch as I'm going to lend a law enforcement body that lies under oath. They need to stay out of my way and let me do my job. Yeah, it absolutely is. It's already been identified in the Supreme Court. I came across the order and the ruling in my research. So this idea that we can't be considered media, that's crazy. That's crazy. But there's another part to it. There's another nuance. It has to be, you have to create a paycheck. That's what makes it you credentialed. You have to create a paycheck from the work that you're doing. And I have done that with several of my articles, several of my photos, several of my videos being sold to other outlets around the world. That solidifies that. And that happened. And I do have receipts for those payments. So, you know, there's only so much they can do to try to denounce me as media, but you can't denounce paychecks aside from Google AdSense, right? These other bitches out there, they can't say that because they haven't sold one photo, one video, one nothing. They've never sold a damn thing. My stuff, mine and Olivia's stuff has been seen on Peacock, Lifetime, A&E. It has been on TMZ. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. There's nobody else on YouTube that can say that, except probably Adventures with Purpose. Investigative reporting, the real stuff, the real journalistic abilities, sitting up with a teleprompter telling you what to say out of your mouth. It's not journalism. It's not journalism at all. It's horseshit. It's horseshit. Thank you, Jennifer. Nice to see you. Nice to see you all. And welcome again to all the new members that signed up today. All those people that did the super chats and super chats and super stickers. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you. It's for great, good-hearted people like you that allow this to continue. And our mission is pretty strong. And yes, we're planning on, Olivia and I are planning on doing a little more traveling. We're also, while we're in the neighborhood in Chatham County, we're going to be taking some time to go up and touch on Debbie Collier. I did hear, you know, some of the requests, some of the concerns that people have. J is for justice. Thank you. The people did get out to me with your stuff. At the time, I couldn't deal with it while I was there on that trip because we were dealing with so much illegality with this shitty police chief and the shitty Chatham County Police Department that are completely unprofessional. It's disgusting. Several of their officers seem to be really well trained. They must have came from a different outfit, but most of these they need to all be retrained. I don't know who trained these officers, but they have no proper training. and should be retrained, especially dealing with masses and dealing with heightened, emotional elevation. They should learn how to de-escalate and proper de-escalation strategies, which are required training by all law enforcement agencies across this country. And Chatham County gets a big old fat F from the Bullhorn Betty channel on sensitivity and de-escalation training. Big old fat F. You need it major improvement. And that is a direct result of the top brass in which gives them orders. Let's see what else we got. We got another new member. Thank you, Summy. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Yeah, Dan. Oh, I guess we're just now getting back to the area. Betty Tutu, a cop car sitting on the road beside a buck halter every time we went by Sunday. Imagine that. Gonna protect the evil family. We'll be back this weekend. Thank you for all you do. Oh, thank you, Soul Sunshine. I don't know which one you are, but yeah, I really think that you guys, they cannot force you guys to coordinate this. I mean, you guys go there independently, and it's not coordinated. How can they force you to get an application for a parade when you guys don't even know who's all going to be there? You're not coordinating this. You guys are literally taking your time individually in an individual capacity to go out there and hold a sign on the side of the road. That does not constitute a parade. No matter how they twist and turn it, it doesn't constitute a parade. When I went out there, I literally coordinated with no one. I would tell Olivia I'm heading out there. She'd say, oh, well, I'm editing a video. I said, okay, well, I'll see if you ever come out there, right? No coordination even with her. She wanted to come, she came. She didn't, she stayed home. Can you read more cases? Can I read more cases? We got a litany of cases. Right now, I still have to get Michael Monkey Vaughn. Like, he is a missing person, been a missing boy for over a year. His mom has been improperly, chewed out by social media as being this murderous woman. And she's not. The family is not guilty of this. Her children are going through hell right now because of the narrative that she had something to do with her son's disappearance when she was at work. So it's like, I still have Michael Vaughn that needs to have attention. Michael Monkey Vaughn. It was the one I went right before this case hit. He just happens to be labeled Monkey as well, which I found ironic. But, you got one monkey family that's in Idaho that's not guilty, and another monkey family in Savannah, Georgia that are guilty as hell. And, Michael Monkey Vaughn, he's missing and has not been found. And here I am. I got all these cases and all this stuff that still needs to be released. And the first thing I'm going to do is release Michael Monkey Vaughn's stuff before I do any more releasing of anything, unless I'm out in the field, which I'll be out in the field with in a couple weeks. But I want to get Michael Monkey Vaughn's story out there because he is a little boy that disappeared about 45 days after Summer Wells did. And they looked almost, if you had to, they sound like almost brother and sister. Summer Wells, blonde hair, blue eyes. She was 5 years old at the time she disappeared. Michael Monkey Vaughn, he was blonde hair, blue eyes, and Fruitland, Idaho, disappeared 45 days later. One Summer Wells, I believe her parents are involved. And with this one, it appears that there are some people lawyering up in the area. There's something just fishy about Michael Vaughn, and it sounds like one of the neighbors may be responsible. I don't know that for a fact. That's just alleged. But I can tell you that I've spoke to enough witnesses that were there the day that Michael disappeared and saw the state of both Brandy as well as Tyler, and talked about how distraught they both appeared. So it really does sound like this boy got out, and one of his neighbors are just a creep, an undercover creep. There was still that white pilot that was in the community. We heard that white pilot was associated with a family that was moving out of that community. And nobody can identify who was behind the wheel of that white pilot. So they still are looking for that white pilot, but I'm pretty sure they know who it belongs to and have identified the driver, but just haven't come forward. JD Huff, which is a great police chief. Again, I'm dealing with another police chief in another area. Very nice, very kind. Wants a lot of, wants help. Doesn't mind having outside help. Doesn't mind people if they can bring in some information. He's willing to look at it beyond reproach. And then you got this Yahoo over here in Chatham County that doesn't know his ass from his elbow. And granted, this is not something he deals with all the time, but we do. And I'm telling him he's not doing this. She needs to be in jail, and he's got enough to arrest her. And why he's sitting on his hands and not putting her behind bars is beyond me. So you have a good police chief and you have a bad police chief. And you can see the polar opposites from one police chief to another. This police chief that's raised havoc from Florida to Michigan needs to go. He doesn't need to be associated with Savannah, Georgia. Go attend your bar and your other stuff that and it makes me wonder, how did you acquire so much assets being a police chief? I'm just curious. How did he acquire so many assets being a police chief? And he hasn't been a police chief his entire career. So where did these assets come from? How can he afford this? That's what I would like to know. That's what I'd like to know. I could care less who he is. All I know is Cher's tried to get me hurt. She tried to have me get arrested and have bodily harm come to me. I don't give a fuck who you are on YouTube. I have never done that to any other person on YouTube, nor will I ever. So if you think that's how, literally, don't ever call me. Seriously, like that is done. When you try to cause me bodily harm, and you have my friend arrested because you brought two crackheads out there, and he's going to say, those weren't mine, those were Cabbage's. I don't care. You didn't try to stop it. You didn't denounce it. You actually laughed at it and you promoted it. So you're behind it as far as I'm concerned. Don't ever talk to me again. Literally ever. You have lost me as a friend, sponsor, co-sponsor, whatever you want to call me. Whenever this is all said and done, like I gave her the benefit of the doubt after Summer Wells, I will never, ever give her the benefit of the doubt again, ever. Because she put me in jeopardy. I don't give a fuck how you know what? Whether you respect me, like me, or don't like me, it doesn't matter. We were acquaintances, and I would never do that to my acquaintances, ever. Whether we had opposing viewpoints or not, I would never have tried to cause them bodily harm or arrest, ever. When you did that, you crossed the line. And you will never, ever uncross that line. Ever. Let me be very clear on that. Honestly, I haven't talked to him about it one way or another. I mean, when we collaborate together just like with everybody else, with, Marissa, Justice, me and Olivia, JLR. And as you can see, I collaborate with many different creators. So, we let everybody know, but if people can show, they can show. If they can't, they can't. This was one of those cases where we had beautiful people of YouTube like Marissa and Justice for All and Mallory. They saw an injustice here. And even though that, this cost them a lot of money to come down here and stay from January 1st to January 5th, it cost them probably thousands of dollars to come here with their flights and their hotels and things of that nature. And they did it for the love of this boy. And I guarantee they barely broke even. If they broke even, they barely broke even coming on this trip. Because they were inspired to do so. And I God bless them for doing that. I'm just very thankful that they heard me and they came out to help. And whether, I think it was completely respectful. We actually, when Marissa was here, she was on her best behavior. She wasn't going all kinds of crazy. She didn't go, Brian Laundrie, front of the house, screaming and stuff like that. But she did. She wanted to know, why are you protecting your daughter? Why aren't you standing up for your grandson? I think she did an amazing job. at making sure her voice was heard on the matter. And we were out there. When we were out there, we actually pled with the family. We weren't yelling at them. We were actually pleading with them to do the right thing, pleading with them to give Leilani up, pleading with them to take Leilani to the sheriff's, pleading with them to file affidavits on all the abuse that they saw Leilani perpetrate upon these children. We were begging them. They didn't care. They don't care. Because anything that Billy Joe admits to, she's admitting that she wronged these children, and she just can't come to the acceptance of that she is 100% responsible for this entire thing. She cannot come to acceptance with herself that if it wasn't for her, none of this would have happened. So the only way she can get herself out of this, in my mind, is trying to protect her daughter. And what's going to end up happening is her daughter's probably going to get off light. She's the one that murdered this child, but Billy Joe's probably going to have even more time than her daughter. And I'm sure Billy Joe is just fine with that because she's a piece of shit mother. Right? It takes one to know one. She raised her daughter this way, and her daughter killed a kid. Her son killed a person. And the whole family's covering it up. So they're all rotten to the core. They are literally all rotten to the core. Thank you, Angie. B. Secker, nice to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your love and support. It's so sweet. If his body is not discovered, what can she be recharged with? What kind of time should she be looking at? Well, I'm not the judge and I'm not the jury. They do not need a body to prosecute a murder charge in the state of Georgia. But they have to determine the cause of death. So that's going to be the uphill battle, is the cause of death. What caused this child to be unalived? And that's going to be the question, because they're going to try to drive the narrative because other YouTubers obstructed justice and started telling the family what to say, which again is obstruction of justice, the pure definition of obstruction of justice. Share, take note, because believe me, after you trying to put me in jail, obstruct justice one more time. I will turn over your videos over to the FBI. I'm not the one you want to fuck with. I'll tell you that. But it'll be the cause of death. If they can prove that she murdered him, then yeah, they can bring murder charges. If they can prove that this was planned, they can definitely bring capital charges for murder in the first degree. But there are elements they have to prove in order to do that. So with the absence of the body, if there is no evidence to determine how he died. So for example, they didn't find a pillow with his saliva and his prints over where his face was pushed in. Like if they found that pillow and they can do their analysis and see that the child lost his life and had his full face in that pillow, like she suffocated him, they could probably bring back a murder charge because of that evidence that would support a murder charge. But with the lack of that, I don't see how they can go after a murder charge. They could only go after negligence or accidental death or disposal of body or desecration of body or a number of other minor crimes. That's why they're working so hard to find even a bone fragment of this child out there in that landfill, a bone fragment. Because if they could find one bone fragment out there in that landfill that belongs to this boy, just one bone fragment, then that proves that she dumped this body. That proves that she did something. Now, does that prove murder? It doesn't. Because people that break the law, like other YouTubers such as BK and Cher, that obstruct justice, that have that actual... I want you guys to read what obstruction of justice is. So you guys know that what I'm saying is definitely... Witness tampering, bribing juries, destroying evidence, are examples of obstruction. Anyone who tampers with evidence with the intent to obstruct justice can face 20 years in prison. And she's doing it across state lines. That's a federal crime. So what was that? Witness tampering. So every time she calls Billy Joe a witness and tells her what message to drive, she is witness tampering. So I would be very cautious as to how you proceed, because I'm telling you, you don't try to throw me in jail, and you damn sure don't laugh at it when you think you have it done. And all those text messages, law enforcement can get a hold of. So I hope you've dotted your I's and crossed your T's. Hello, Natalie. Nice to see you. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. God bless you. Worried about your home with the new storm coming. I'm not worried about it. You know, it is what it is. I still have to reach out to FEMA. I still have to give them my driver's license. I still have to give them my social security card. And I got to schedule the inspection for the home. I mean, literally thousands of dollars with the tree falling in there, sections of the fence, and the entire roof missing. Again, for people that don't understand what an entire roof missing, I'm not talking about the wood or anything like that. I'm talking about the shingles, the roof itself. I know the email said he admitted it, but until I seen him guilty in court of law, then I will believe it. I don't know what that is, but I don't, you know, that's for the court of law. I'm not a court of law. I'm not a court of law. I go out, I investigate these cases, and I bring back the information that I've acquired in my opinion. So, thank you. Chaotically imbalanced. I don't know. It sounds like you need to be in Billy Joe's home. But thank you for being a member of the Bullhorn Betty channel and a coffee club member. Oh, shit. People. Listen, people. Where's my House of Williams? I got to be honest with you. When I met House of Williams, I didn't know what to expect. I got to say, she's much taller than I thought. She is beautiful. She's fun. And like, if we weren't all out there just working our ass off, we would have, I can tell you, between me, her, and Marissa, we would have painted that town. I really do. I think we were sitting in there, I think it was in my live, and Mallory just looks and she's like, man, we all look good together. And I'm thinking, yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Love Mallory, has a whole different respect for me. I wish she would have stayed there. She missed Dolly. Dolly has been dying to meet her, literally forever. And she left that night. I was getting a little cray-cray, and I was on my live, and I was just talking to my camera, and then all of a sudden, Dolly pops up behind me, and I was shocked because I wasn't expecting him until the next day. And she had just left 15 minutes before he got there. Or maybe it was even 10 minutes before she got there, or before he got there. But he had been dying to see her, and she never came back. So it's like, aw, I hope he didn't run her off, but it was a little crazy, probably more than what she bargained for, because she's not really into true crime. You know, she's commentary. She's funny. You know, she takes the stuff that we say and do and turns it into a comedy hour. So I just love her, and I haven't had a chance to watch anybody, like any YouTube stuff. I haven't had a chance to watch anybody. Not my friends. I think I popped in on Justice for All, like maybe 10 minutes. I popped in on Marissa's channel. It was Jake's birthday. A big shout out to Jake. I know it's a little late, but this is the first time I've been on live since being back in Florida. And so just a big shout out to Jake. He made it, like, right? Vroom, vroom, baby. Vroom, vroom. We know we got a hot looking car because Mama made sure you had your hot looking car. So congratulations. It's not only Jake's birthday, but it's also his mother's birthday, Marissa. So happy birthday to you too. Happy belated birthday to you too. But I always tell my mom, you know, it's not, my mom gets 4 birthdays a year, right? Because she has her own birthday, but she has 3 children. So it's her birthday for every single one of her children's birthdays. So moms get the most birthdays, but we always forget about mom when it's our birthday. I always tell my mom happy birthday on my birthday. So if you guys don't do that, you should consider it, because believe it or not, each and any one of your siblings, it's her birthday on their birthday because she did all the work, right? You just got to be shoved out. She had to do all the work. For all we know, she's killed people. I think that whole, I think Billy Joe is a murderer. I think she's killed people in the past. I think she's almost like an Arlene Warnes, I'll be honest with you. She gives me that vibe. I believe that she's, I just believe she's a nasty and vile individual. And I don't see why she's getting so much protection from law enforcement, but law-abiding citizens like myself get none. I get none. Because the chief doesn't like me. So I can't be, I'm not afforded protection in his county because he doesn't like me. I'm not afforded to be safe in his county because he doesn't like me. Let's put that in perspective. If he likes you, he'll protect you. If he doesn't, you're on your own. Got to wear a Kevlar vest in his community because he fails to protect you. That's some sick shit. And you can't make that up. You can't make that up. Or she was born there. Like Jimmy, he was born in Georgia, but moved to Virginia. I was born in Florida, so mine's issued to Florida. And if I moved to a different state, it would be, it wouldn't be reissued in that state. Yeah. I mean, but, at the end of the day, even when she went on this, let's talk about Cher, even when she went on this diatribe of wanting to help, what did I do? I backed off. I'm like, I don't want no part of this. I didn't let you guys attack her. I'm one of those liberty people. She had a right to her own opinion. And I stepped away and let it. I had no idea behind the scenes she was actually trying to cause me bodily harm. She was actually trying to have me arrested. That's beyond anything. Once you went that far, that's it. Like, that is literally it. This is not a game. These people are playing these games with this family and all this other stuff. This is about Quinton Simon. This is about justice for that little boy. And we got YouTubers playing fucking games, putting flyers up on baby killers' homes to promote their channel, and not one time ever once say Quinton Simon's name. They are sick. They are sick, and they've got some problems. And they know who exactly they are. But I will not give them a platform here. I will not plug them any more than they were plugged today. This is my one and done. I don't give a fuck about any of you cockroaches. Stay the fuck away from me, and don't ever reach out to me. I will not help you. And God forbid, if you text me, email me, I will tell you exactly what I'm telling you here, to go fuck yourself. I want nothing to do with your kind. Nothing. When you lie to your people and you start supporting financially these people, fuck you. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. But if you ever think that I'm going to stand by and allow myself to be injured because of your shenanigans, you got another thing coming, babe. Yeah. But damn, her jaw. And everybody's talking about Marissa's jaw. Let me tell you a secret. Now, I never talked to Marissa about this, but you know what? I love Marissa, and I could be totally wrong about this. I have a funny feeling she did the whole jaw thing just to make YouTube talk. Just a thought. You guys got nothing better to do than talk about other creators. She gave you something to talk about, and she promoted herself in the meantime. I thought it was ingenious. Just saying. Do I think she was high as a kite? No. I think she did it intentionally. And I think the effect worked exactly how it was supposed to work. So kudos to Marissa. She's a smart cookie. She's a smart cookie that many people underestimate. If you ever get a chance to meet Betty when she's out working, do it. I was able to meet her in Savannah in front of Quinton's house, and I absolutely love Betty. Oh, I remember you. I remember you. God bless you. Yes. And I tell you, I'm more fierce online than I am in person. I gotta say. It's I actually love people. I love the community. I love helping. I love inspiring people. I love giving them their voice. I love letting them know what their rights are, because there's too many agencies like Chatham County Police Department that like their community uneducated because they can railroad anything down their throat that they want. So it's not just about me coming into a community and investigating these things, or when I put a strategy like the protest, which usually is backwards, right? We usually do the fact-finding mission. We get all the information to support the protest. This one was a little different because we had so much information up front that it just infuriated me. And I wasn't going to sit there and be silent. And mind you, I didn't have my team either. It was just me. So it was like no big deal. But when the team comes into town, we already tanked our boat for that. But either way, they can't do what they did. They did what they did for a purpose. Their purpose is done. Now they understand that we're not going to back down. We will be back there. I have a right to be there. I have a right to report this story. I have a right to report the corruption I find. I have a right to do investigative journalism while I'm in their community, and I have a right to broadcast that journalism. And I'm not to be hindered by law enforcement or anybody else. That's the rules. That's the law. So we'll see if law enforcement honors the law or not. But I will go back. And I'm not going to tell so these yahoos can bring jokes and clowns to the front door of a little boy that's missing. These people are animals. Animals. They're idiots. And they ain't helping. What did they call? What did they? How much information have they given the public? Anything? You're going to drag this out and suck it up for every click, view, and dollar they can. Meanwhile, the people that are actually out there advocating for this boy, they're trying to have locked up and silenced. Figure that one out. Oh, God bless you, Lynn. Thank you, love. I have to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm just over here talking. Oh my God, Bullhorn Betty must be doing crack. Oh, crack is whack. Woo! Give me a break. I don't personally believe Quinton drowned. I don't either. Too much abuse, too much violent abuse, too much targeted abuse on this boy. Too much targeted abuse on this boy. That's the problem I have. We uncovered the targeted abuse of this child. And so that's what eliminated the accident as my primary thing. We have the Turtle King in the house. I didn't see him. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Well, hello there. Hello there. Oh, I was going to say it must be 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but I looked at it, it's 1:30. What are you doing up so early? It's not evening yet. You're not supposed to be out of bed. Nice to see you, Dolly. Hope you're doing well. So, everyone thinks I gave it to her because Marissa said I did, but it was actually a Patreon that gave it to her. I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, if you want to know what's good, everybody's good in the neighborhood. I got, like, my zits are all gone except this one, but the one here, I have no more bags. As you can see, my bags are normal now. They're back up here where they belong. That's after having, like, being marinated to my bed and married to my bed for 2 solid days. I went to bed at like 7:30 last night and woke up at like 2 or 3 o'clock this morning, and I've been up ever since. Flat out, Billy Joe is responsible for this. If she had custody of these children, it was her responsibility to give those children a safe person before she goes to work, not just arrange for a sitter. Amen, Sherry. Amen, Sherry. It is a sick, twisted environment right now. It really is. Oh, wow, you did 2 of the same thing. I don't know if you realized you did that. But it is. It's sick and twisted. It really is. It's sick and twisted. And it is just horrible what is going on in Chatham County. I think when you have somebody like Dolly scared to even go to the county, go into the county. He's scared. He's literally scared that they will intentionally try to set him up on something or fail to protect him altogether. That's sad. That's sad. Oh, thank you, Sherry. God bless you, love. God bless you, love. And we work so hard out there. Like, I'm looking at the back of my legs. I would show my legs, but then they're going to say, like, the back of my knees are almost, you can see like the Indian in my skin coming out on the back of my legs because they got so red that they're now dark brown, literally dark brown. But the front of my legs are still pasty white. Go figure. Oh, thank you, Angel. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Love Bug. Thanks, Sherry. That was so very kind. It was very kind. Thank you, Sherry, for all the love and support. Thank you for everybody that's here. You guys are short next to amazing. We had a goal, and the goal was to help bring some answers for this little boy, and we did. Like, we brought answers that law enforcement already had in their possession, custody, and control, and still have done nothing to this mother that has beat these children, black and blue. Literally black and stinking blue. And no justice for Zane. They're only seeking justice for Quinton. They're not even trying to arrest her or charge her with the battery upon Zane. 2 black eyes. 2 black eyes. What child deserves to have 2 black eyes? What child deserves to have a big old healing bruise on his cheek and just purple up and down his arms and legs? He wasn't even 2 years old. What child deserves that? What can any child do? Short of about to make your entire house go boom, explode, does a child ever need to be hit like that? Somebody's saying it is Quinton's birthday. I don't know. I didn't check on his birthday. I don't put in the calendar if it's a birthday. Happy heavenly birthday. There's no personal questions allowed in this chat to other users. So please be courteous. Don't give up. No, we're not giving up. We're not giving up. And sorry, God. So David and Lincoln is like, do you have any wife, any girlfriends? And of course, PG the OG, he's got a pipe up. Yeah, he's got 32. Leilani's number 32, by the way. Leilani's number 32. But it was so funny because even Dolly pipes up and tells you. He doesn't have 31 flavors anymore. Since Leilani, he's now got 32. I love that. No, it's January 8th. That's what I was thinking. I thought he was born in January because I remember his brother, I believe Zane, was February, if I'm not mistaken. Either way. These poor babies, what a shame. My grandson would be with me. My daughter wouldn't be allowed in my house ever again. Exactly. So anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead. We got some more. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate all the love and support we've been getting. And oh no, another hurricane headed our way. Yep, that's correct. And there's not a whole lot I can do, but well, tell her to go clean that cabbage, you know. Cabbage is grown in dirt, you know. Nasty ass feet have to go out there and pick a nasty ass cabbage. And you know what? You're supposed to rinse that cabbage off before you cook it. Bitch is already done cooked. Yeah. Can they not charge her now if the DNA is off the dumpster? No, right now the only opportunity law enforcement has to get her off the streets is charge her with her past crimes. That's what they're failing to do. We talk about it. I know a lot of people are new here, but we talk about it this throughout Summer Wells in the low-hanging fruit of charges, primarily with Don and Candace. They abused their children. They neglected their children. There were so many environmental negligence and endangerments there on their property, from loose wire in their home to all that crap that was on the outside of their home that could have injured and killed their children. And those are the charges they could have charged them with while they did the investigation and the disappearance of their daughter. All their kids, 3 sets of children have been removed from their home over the course of the last 3 or 4 decades. 3 sets of children have been removed from their custody in the last 30 to 40 years, probably 30 years, more in line with 30 years. And they have never had one child crime against them that they've ever been charged with. How the hell can you remove children from a home citing all these atrocities and never bring one criminal action against the parents? To me, that is sick and that is wrong. If there's a crime, they should be charged with the crime. And you have the same exact thing playing out here in this child's disappearance. The difference is they already know who is responsible in this case. They already know where the child is. They're just trying to find him. And she's still not arrested and on double probation and a history of serious violence against these children with photography of the abuse of these children. And people are trying to sit up here and say that these photos have been, no, they have not. No, they have not been doctored. Not the ones I have. So I don't know what to say. I really don't. Anyways, guys, it's been a long day. It's been 4 hours. Today was my first day back. I know it's not the 9-hour lives you guys are used to, especially those in Savannah. But I will be back later tonight. We're going to go members only. I don't know what time I'm going to do that. I'm going to probably try to do that around 6 or 7. But we're going to do members only. And this members only, it's going to be members only. And it's going to be members only can comment. So I'm not going to make it any type of subscriber review. So I will open the panel up, for the members only to call in or come on panel and chat with me about your concerns, about the stuff you haven't been able to talk to me about. This is just going to be for the people that have, everybody's been supporting this channel. Everybody's been supporting this initiative, but this is a way to give back to the members of this channel. And I want to do just that. So tonight, you guys are going to have a members only for the members, by the members, and we're going to all be talking. I can only bring 10 people up on the panel at one time. Hopefully we all get along, but there's only a few rules here on this channel. And that's mean what you say what you mean, but you don't have to say it mean. We will not go into a bash creators. The only people that can bash creators on this channel is you see it yourself, me. You guys can thumbs up my bashing, but I don't want to see you bashing others as well. I think it just causes problems in the community when other people do. But either way, we'll handle it. We're not going to be, you having opposing viewpoints doesn't get you kicked out of here. You calling people horrible names and being disrespectful, that's the easiest way to get kicked out of this channel. So what time tonight? I don't know. I'm thinking about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, potentially just going live for about an hour or 2 with the audience, with the members, and just see what they have to say and see if I can help them in any way. So yes, thank you, Karen Davis. That is our intro out, folks. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something, because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we know what a pound of cure looks like. A pound of cure looks like what we're dealing with Quinton Simon. And no other child should have to live like this. Any kind of law enforcement that doesn't lock up the bad guys and starts locking up the good guys, we got a major problem with, and we're going to address it and we're going to expose it. Hopefully, law enforcement realizes that we have a right to be there. We have a right to cover this case, and we are going to do just that. And we hope we have limited interference by his law enforcement counterparts. With that, guys, have a great day. God bless each and every one of you, and we'll see you here in the near future.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.